Welcome back, folks. Another month, another Apex Monthly with Community Gaming. My name is Seymour, and with me, rightfully so, Valentine's Day was just last week. Is my lovely co-caster,
It's the
Cruisin,
duo.
my partner in crime when it comes to casting, and I'm ready, Jesse. For a good day of Apex we have ahead of us.
Yeah, we're gonna be in for a really good one. We got some map changes. It's gonna be a fun time. A lot of big update coming too.
Oh
Really,
yeah.
really big kind of quality of life changes to Apex. This is like kind of the big or the first kind of like big tourney I've gotten to cast since the quality of life changes to the game. No new legend added in the most recent season. It's gonna be in for a really fun one.
Yeah, it's a big overhaul with Apex Legends recently, and we'll be able to break that down going into today. We'll be able to pick apart everything new while we're looking at the games and looking at the teams and how they adapt with the big overhaul, which I'm mostly excited to see, Jesse, because it's not even just what everybody's probably thinking of. It's even the weapons change. It's stuff that's going to impact a lot of these fights, but let's talk about the tournament a little bit because nothing really has changed with this tournament. I mean, we still got the $1,000 prize pool, across a total of, I think we have around 59 teams, if I'm
I think
mistaken,
that's what it
Jesse.
was. Yeah, I think
Ah,
yeah. So three groups today as opposed to our normal four. But yeah.
yeah, and the format hasn't changed at all either. We're gonna have four groups of 20 where they'll have four games, four chances to then qualify for the finals. From those four groups, 15 teams will be eliminated today. Where the top 20 will then complete through the four games in one new group of 20. So it's going to be exciting to see, how these teams match up against each other, how they adapt to these changes, and how we're going to see them play on a new map set between Stormpoint and Broken Moon, as we can see.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's the new big thing, right? For the tournament here today is no World's Edge. Very very big change up here for a lot of the competitive players. World's Edge has been a staple in competitive Apex since like
Yeah.
what season like two of Apex Legends it feels like. But no, we're out with the old right now, in with the new, and we're going to be going towards Broken Moon for the first time. It's going to be for the final two games of the group stage and then the final two games of the final stage. And you
Yeah.
can see all the placement points, everything like that. It's all ALGS style. You guys should know the scoring and everything like that by now. But I mean, if you don't know, it's obviously all there on the screen for you. And yeah, we're going to be in for some really, really good matches. I think it's going to be really interesting to see Broken Moon because, hey, everybody's gotten some practice on that map now, right? Like it was in
Yeah.
for an entire season last season. It was the new map last season, obviously. But I think that it was one of the longest competitive map splits I have ever seen in the game. It was like 10 to 12 weeks. I can't remember exactly how long it was
It was
because
a long
the
time.
season got pushed back. And so that got extended even longer, the first split of last season's ranked stage. And it was just Broken Moon for so long. So it'll be really, really exciting to see these teams finally get a chance to actually compete on Broken Moon.
It's going to be exciting. I personally am excited because, we get a lot of World's Edge, Jesse. Why not just shake it up, get something new going today with Broken Moon, which, we're going to be able to see later on, not right away. We got, I think, Stormpoint first off. But for the logistics, anybody in stream who is wondering, we got PC and console players today. Everybody's going to be competing on anonymous mode. All matches, for all matches, and aim assist will be set to zero point 0.4 for those console players. All regions will be allowed to play today, but we're going to be playing on the North American Iowa servers. It's going to be trios with one sub allowed for the people out there wondering about those logistics. Jesse, but let's talk a little bit about these groups that we're going to be looking at today. You already highlighted that we have 3 groups instead of 4 groups. And you and I mean, we were talking in the digital green room right before the show that we actually have a few that are standout, a few returning teams as well.
Yeah, and when our producers kind of asked us what group we wanted to hop into, the first group that came to my mind, it was Group A. Group A was absolutely the group I wanted to walk into, and we're going to see why right now. You'll see 2 teams on here that you should, and if you're a fan of Apex, you should recognize pretty well, and that's Godfire and that is Kick Esports. 2 teams that are very, very, very good teams. One team from Brazil, the other team from our LATAM regions. Kick, I mean, we saw them at ALGS London as well. They played well. They almost made it to Sunday as well. Really, really good team there. There was a whole content piece on StallEasy. Really love those guys. And hey, with a Wraith buff, I expect to see StallEasy back on that Wraith, and I think that's going to be really, really good for his own play style there as well. And then obviously Godfire, the former Elevate team, another really good team to watch. I think those 2 teams are going to be very dangerous. They should dominate this A group.
Well, let's see if they can, elevate to the top and push on to that final group, Jesse. But let's talk about this B group as well, because a group that doesn't have as many standout names as, A and C will. But we do have some collegiate teams showcased today. We got Full Sail Armada Black showing up. And then we have another team that personally I really enjoy the name Goof Troops. I will say Group B. If I'm rooting for anybody, I'm rooting for Goof Troops out there. But through this, Jesse, I know I didn't really pick your mind in the green room about Group B, but does anything stand out to you?
One team in particular, maybe Phoenix team, kind of pops out to me. I feel like I've seen them in a few tournaments, always decently playing well. Outside of that, really, not too many teams kind of popping out to me right now. But you know what? That's my favorite type of casting. Those when you come into a lobby where you don't really know a lot of the teams, and then you have somebody have a big pop off performance. You're like, damn, I like that guy. It's like it always happens on Apex. There's always one team that just pops off out of nowhere, and it's always really, really fun to watch.
It's like a color by number coloring book where, as we learn the story, we get to fill in the gaps and fill in the blanks of a lot of these unknowns that we will have between these groups. But we look at Group C as we move on to our final group for today, and we got ourselves a little bit of a high roller in the lobby here as we look at Rollers MX, returning back for another Apex Monthly here for Community Gaming, a team that has been standout in the past, to say the least.
Always play really, really well, right? Rollers MX, expect to see them in the finals, expect to see them contesting for the win. Another very good team. Another team that we do see often in these tournaments, Leave No Witnesses. We see them quite often here. And Vermouth. I feel like we've seen Vermouth almost every single Apex Monthly. And they're always another one of those teams that's at least contesting to be in the finals, maybe not always in the finals. It's always nice to see them. And shout out to Rose's pick, our producer. They want Little Pog Champs to take the victory here today.
And it's hard to fight against that. It's hard to argue with a team called Little Pog Champs in the lobby. But as we move through this, Jesse, all our teams matched up, all our teams, kind of set into their groups and looking to see if they can rise into that final group later on and walk away with that prize pool, broken down from $1,000. We're going to be looking at first 400, second 300, third 125. Fourth, 75, and fifth to eighth, all receiving $25. So, if you make it to that final group, you have a really good shot at least coming away with something inside of that prize pool. Let's move on to the crafting rotation today. This is where I think, Jesse, we can talk a little bit about the overhaul that we've had to Apex Legends, because with these team changes, or with these teams in the groups and with the map changes, it's also going to go along with the class changes that we get to a lot of these legends. And I think that really it's up in the air what is set in stone as a quote unquote meta right now for Apex Legends. But people are getting crafty when it does come to a lot of these I guess classes and the setups. I know we do see a big resurgence in Pathfinder too with the changes made.
Yeah, absolutely, right. There's gonna be a lot of differences, I think, right now from what we saw just at ALGS London just a couple weeks ago, in terms of what we're gonna see in terms of the meta. When you think about meta from that tournament, you're probably looking at what Valk, Horizon, Seer was probably your main meta, with that over aggressive meta that we were seeing a lot of the teams running there. Maybe you throw a Watson in instead of having the Horizon, or a Watson in instead of the Valk, just to kind of switch things up a little bit there. But yeah, I think things could really change up now with the new legend classes. If you guys haven't seen the new legend classes yet, it's a very, very big talking point for me and Colin here today. It's been broken into 5 new legend classes: Assault, Skirmisher, Recon, Controller, and Support. And everybody's gotten like kind of a new passive. They've gotten new buffs for a lot of the characters as well, as opposed to adding a new legend in for this season. So we could see some really, really funky things coming through. I think if we see any of the Assault characters kind of coming through, Colin, I think we'll see Bangalore quite a bit here today.
Yeah.
Now, Bang was getting shown a lot at ALGS London, especially towards the later days, because of the smoke, because of the passive that you have on Bangalore, and being able to run very quickly after being kind of shot at through the bullets, having that double time. Really, really, really useful. And also being able to shoot those smokes, run digis, and really just kind of get in the face of your opposing teams. We were seeing that quite a bit. And now with the new Assault package as well, the fact that you can hit those red bins, get loot that will work towards your specific guns that you want for anybody on your team, I think that could be really, really useful. especially in a game like this where you're not going to get a lot of loot. You're only landing at your drop spot and really looting your drop spot. So I honestly think Bang could be a really hot pick today.
Well, let's take a look at the crafting rotation to go alongside that, because we do have a graphic, for that as we, look for the crafting rotation, look at the maps that we're going to have. We're going to Storm Point for our maps to start the day. I like that, we're breaking down the legend classes right now, Jesse, because when you look at the crafting rotation, you got a purple barrel stabilizer, you got a turbocharger, knockdown shield, Moby beacon. I'm expecting that we're going to be getting some fast drops right now and some fast gunfights. I know, especially, Broken Moon, Storm Point, really known for those third parties. And when you have a turbocharger with a barrel stabilizer, there's definitely going to be some quick gunfights going off of those with the amount of loot you can get off of the bat.
See, I'd see the barrel stabilizer and the turbocharger, and in my mind, before this season, I'd be like, "Oh, the devotion's about to be going burr today."
Oh,
right?
For real,
right? That's what I'd be thinking. But you think about that, and then you think about as soon as you see a Nemesis on the ground right now, because we haven't touched on it yet, I am dropping that devotion so quickly, turbocharger or not. I'm dropping that devotion on the ground so quickly and picking that Nemesis up, because I think that might be the most broken weapon they have added to Apex in a very long time. Don't get me wrong, the Car SMG, very good, especially for us controller players. You know who you are. I'm right there with you. But man, that Nemesis AR, let me tell you, if you guys haven't seen this gun yet, you are in for a treat today. It is a 4-round burst AR. Starts with a base clip of 20 bullets, and Colin, in all honesty, there's a Hemlock AR now in the care package, and I would rather a base Nemesis than I would rather the Hemlock care package weapon.
Not only that, but the charge that you get to the firing rate of the Nemesis too, to go alongside that. I mean, it ramps up, and well, they wanted a gun that could rival the R301. They wanted a gun that could rival the Flatline. Well, they made a gun that just puts them in the dirt right now. I see a Nemesis. I'm picking up that Nemesis. I was playing a TDM the other day, the new limited time mode. And if you see the Nemesis in the rotation for TDM, nobody on the map will run anything else. That's
hilarious.
It is chaotic with that new gun being added. So I can't wait to see, especially, when I am, because, as a controller player, you're right. I do know who I am in this situation. I can't wait to see what we get with the MNK players on that Nemesis.
Yeah, because you got to think too, like if we're feeling good at range with the Nemesis, mouse and keyboard player is going to be beaming with that gun, especially at those long ranges. And what was it? I think that the base clip of the Nemesis does like 590 something damage.
It's
it is
plus 600.
It is pretty crazy, and that's just on the base clip of that gun, ladies and gentlemen. So it is going to be a very, very crazy time with that gun here today. We're definitely entering, Colin, I think probably our most like burst weapon meta that we've ever really seen, because obviously that gun's going to be becoming quite meta, but also the Prowler recently, most recently hasn't it been buffed, but it's kind of come more and more back into meta since it's buffed a few patches ago, where it did get that one base damage increase to the initial damage range. And just in so doing so, I mean, you can clip somebody with 3 bursts of that from a full red shield to nothing, and that is unreal stuff that you can get there. So it's going to be really, really fun to see what we get kind of coming through here today. Obviously, we'll get the shotguns coming through as well, like you'll normally see your Peacekeepers, your Mastiff, and the big shotgun buff as well. I know we're kind of talking about different buffs and nerfs that have come through recently, and the shotgun buff is really big. Now having a gold bolt as an option, I don't know if you've gotten that at all on the floor yet, but really, really good weapon as well, along with having a stock now, so you have the faster mobility, faster reloads on the shotguns, and the bullet spread a lot tighter now in a lot of these shotguns, leading to more accurate, more consistent hits as well. The Mastiff feels so much better this season than it did last season, so it's going to be nice to see shotguns back and play a lot again as well.
Especially considering, I mean, you look at what we have for our map rotation today, Jesse. We got Broken Moon in there, literally third party map, 100%. And when you look at the changes to adding the Nemesis, when you look at, the changes to the shotguns and even the Prowler being such a good gun, those are great weapons to, just grab right off the hop and start getting into these fights. So it's going to be exciting when we do get to see who's going to be using these weapons to their full potential. But I do want to pull this back to, the legend classes that we were talking about before, Jesse, because I've been sitting ever since they released the information about these Legends classes, and I've been trying to go compare one-to-one with other esports and, how compositions and metas are broken down and put together. And when I look at the classes that were made right now, I think that Apex Legends is really on the edge of turning into a very recon-heavy battle royale, where you see the skirmisher, the recon, and the controller classes all really going hand to hand with one of each other when it comes to, just gaining information on other teams, gaining information on where to rotate and how to set up for the next circle, and having the ability to, locate those care packages with that skirmisher class is going to be something to go alongside that, especially with how much I've been talking about before, the Pathfinder resurgence with the changes to his ultimate. I think that you could be looking 100% to a very recon based composition setup.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting conversational point too, right? I don't personally think Bloodhound is that strong right now. I know there's a discussion about it. I don't personally like the Bloodhound pick more than a Seer pick right now. Still, I think Seer, even with the heartbeat being kind of not a full passive all the time now, being having a cooldown on it, heartbeat still gives you just so much information in itself alone. But also the scan from it and the ultimate from the Seer, I think, is just a better team kit than what you would get with the Bloodhound. But the interesting one, especially too, is having that crypto now as well. Teams that ultimately decide to go with the crypto, you can scan those beacons from so far away. I think it's up to 200 meters away. You can scan the beacons with the crypto drone. Being able to do that is going to be so busted, because you're going to be able to scan those beacons if they're in storm and see where everybody else is on the map still. So tons of information you can get from your recon characters, going to be really, really big. But like you were saying, to go along with your controller class, to go along with your skirmisher class, the only class I think that maybe might be a little bit weird, because the design of the class is great. The support class is designed to call on for us to be able to go into it and be able to craft banners if we don't get our teammates banner, right? But the likelihood of you getting a res off, even in
late game,
or even in early game, and getting a res off and not being completely pushed right away, especially on a map like Broken Moon, is going to be very unlikely. So I don't know if we'll see a lot of support characters today. I'm right there with you. I think we're going to see quite a bit of skirmisher, recon, and controller. And very likely, if we see any controller players, I think it's going to end up being Wattson quite a bit.
I was looking at the support class, and on paper, it sounds good.
Sounds so good.
It's a little bit too good to be true, though, because in a battle royale, you don't really have that much time to, sit there. You barely have time to, craft, barely have time to, hit the Moby beacons sometimes, let alone crafting enemy banners and then bringing them back, Jesse. So it's definitely something that I'm right along with you. I don't expect to see it too much, but I think that this new addition to the Apex Legends classes is going to be huge for the future of Apex esports, especially considering the depth now we're going to be getting as casters and analysts,
so
being able to break this down, getting to see, how teams, are going to counteract each other. And, not even that, from games 1 to games 2, even into game 3, if we're going to be seeing any, I guess, comfort picks come through, like you may be seeing the Bangalore later on. We're going to actually get a Bangalore right off the bat that we do get to see. But I wonder if because of these class changes that it's going to be a lot more flexible over into comfort picks for some players.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm just looking through this right now. Stalizi actually not choosing to go with the Wraith, going to go on to the onto the Valk as well here. So interesting pick there. I was kind of expecting him to go back to his old ways, back to the Wraith main ways when Stalizi definitely was playing at his strongest. But you know what? We'll see what we get here. This is the one reason, though, Colin, where you'll see a lot of Bloodhound, I think, is when you pair a Bloodhound with a Bangalore. It is such a classic combo in Apex Legends, and we see it again here. Actually see a Seer here on the fellas team. But yeah, it's one of those things where you run that Bloodhound, you see through the smoke while you're in a fight, right? In your ultimate. It can be so damaging to another team.
It's a good old tried and true. I mean, I feel like that's been a combo since the beginning of Apex Legends, the scan into the smoke. So
it really has been, yeah.
Now with the classes, I mean, this is what I'm leaning to, is that we get to put even more creativity into those picks. So as these teams, get comfortable, get into the drops, we get to break down and see, what we're running for a lot of these teams. And I'll be honest with you, Jesse, personally, I don't think I'm a big fan of Seer anymore for these picks. I'm still not sold on who we're gonna get in those recon classes and what it's gonna be. But I don't know, from what we've gotten changed here, I don't know if Seer is gonna be. In
Well,
my
we were in
opinion.
that scan meta for so long, right? With Seer and
Yeah.
how dominant Seer was. So it's kind of good to see him get a little bit of nerf for
is.
sure. And we'll see what happens. Obviously, like we don't know if it's just going to be
Ooh.
a full dominant Seer day. And also, am I seeing some Naptic playing by themselves here today? Just a
Solo
lonely
dolo.
Wraith. Just a lonely Wraith trying to just get along their way here and get everything done that they can get done. Probably just going to grab a trident, yeah, get to zone as quickly as possible. And might actually already be getting hunted down. There's a team very close pulling up. You can see in our picture actually pulling right up. And yeah, this is probably a smart play from the Wraith. You go bunker yourself in here and just live for as long as you can, shoot down these enemies here, and then you'll get the free the zip out as well. And Colin, we already see one on screen, the Nemesis AR in the hands. And also, I was going to say earlier, if there is any support character I think will actually get seen played a lot today, it is going to be Loba out of all four of those characters.
I'm not sure if they really understand that Synaptic is solo dolo down here with how patient they were. But I mean, after this, it's just going to get so hard for Synaptic to move anywhere past this. Bunker down. I mean, you're right. This is the right call. But after this is done, I mean, it's free game to whoever's watching and waiting for that. And there's Godfire on the opposite end. So 3 teams right now are going to be coexisting at the moment towards fish farms. And yeah,
looks like Godfire not playing with Bin today as well. Looks like Infidel is actually kind of subbing in here. So no Bin on the roster today. That's their normal third, but you know what, they'll make it work with what they got. A very, very good team nonetheless themselves, right? Like you can get a sub out and go up against some of these other teams that aren't in the pro league and playing as a pro roster, and probably get away with it here, running with the sub here today.
I'm a big fan of the Catalyst addition to Apex Legends, Jesse. I think at first I was a little bit hesitant to this legend, but the more I see the potential for late game with Catalyst and bunkering down into those small circles, if there's like plenty of buildings to work alongside, I've just been loving this legend more and more the more I see Catalyst get played. And Godfire 2 off of this drop for Fish Farm is pretty much uncontested for the majority of it. So they are looted up quite well as they are getting poked at a little bit by a charge rifle. But I think either team is just waiting to see where Synaptic goes from between them.
Yeah, for sure. Synaptic's still just sitting inside, trying to get the rest of those bots down and trying to get the loot as much as possible in that spot there. Like you can see Synaptic down in that bottom right, pinched in between those two teams.
Nobody likes Launchpad.
I mean, we did see a team land at Launchpad. I think it may have been. It's possible it could have been Godfire and they rotated up, or it could have been the team in green that you're seeing rotate up the map right now as well, because there was a team that did land there. I think it was the first team that we actually hopped on board with, but it's again just one of those situations where everybody now just playing the waiting game. Everybody's trying to rotate into zones to find their footing here inside of the map. And yeah, this gun is very, very good, but you're kind of running very low on ammo here if you rush.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I mean, it's all fine and dandy until you have no bullets left in the Nemesis. And same with the drop for Godfire and everybody down at Fish Farms. They're gonna have a long way to go as the circle's pulling towards Thunderwatch at the moment. So everybody now in the storm gonna have to rotate all the way uphill, and this is a dangerous point for most teams because we did see majority of the lobby already, I guess, positioning off drop towards the top side of Storm Point. So rotating now through Launchpad is going to be best case scenario for Synaptic on screen, but for majority of the teams, I feel like it's going to be troublesome rotating uphill.
Forgot about one thing, Colin. I forgot about all the balloons around the map. Happy 3rd birthday to Apex Legends as well. We get the 3rd anniversary event coming through here. You got the balloons and everything all over the map right now. Obviously, that's the event that we're in. If you guys didn't know, go through, buy all the event out. You get a free heirloom shards. I guess not really free because you're buying the event.
Free promotion.
Hey man, I'm gonna do it at some point here. I gotta go get my free packs first, and I'm gonna go get the rest of that event. You already know, Colin.
Oh, I know. Trust me, Jesse.
I've been waiting for a Wraith heirloom since this game has come out. I bought so many packs when the game first came out. Never got my Wraith heirloom. But let me
Here
tell
we go.
you, it's about to come through. And oh no, Synaptic, no.
Okay. Synaptic, trying to route as best as he can, but hunted down by Godfire. That's going to be their first elimination picked up for the squad. And, you know, like we broke down for the points, 1 kill equals 1 point, and placements is going to be where you're really getting the brunt of your placement points. So, slow start right now from Godfire, one of our standout teams. Still haven't really gotten to see Kick and how
They just
they're
got
faring up
eliminated,
in this.
actually. I just
Okay,
saw that in
so
the kill feed, yeah,
you were
not
paying
very good start
attention.
for Kick.
No, that's definitely not the start that you want to have happen. But as we rotate uphill, as players and teams are starting to get a little bit more comfortable, we did get to see the next circle and where it's placing. And eventually, teams are going to have to rotate up to what looks like Thunderwatch.
I wonder what they found.
If we get a Thunderwatch, a Stormcatcher finish, that's going to be a fun one.
Yeah, those are always really good ones, right? Because there's a lot of open space, a lot of that's kind of where the map goes high ground to low ground the most as well. So there's a lot of verticality challenges as well at that portion of the map. I think what's really, really exciting is all the freaking Pathfinders we're seeing right now. So many teams choosing to run that character here today. And it's nice to see Pathfinder back in meta. I feel like I haven't seen Pathfinder in meta since like season 1, season 2 of Apex, when Pathfinder was one of the better, if not the best movement character, maybe outside of Wraith, who could move you and have that instant queue to be able to get into a lot of kind of tight corridors with the portal, right? But if you're going a far distance and you need to travel now, you not only have a zip line, but also a fast moving zip line now on your Pathfinder. Things you absolutely love to see. And I'm not sure exactly what's going on here. Maybe we're trying to get into the rock. I'm not sure.
It's not just a boulder, Jesse.
It's a rock.
It's a rock. I think the devs over for Apex, they literally took to heart hashtag make Pathfinder good again, great again. They made him exceptional for, some players looking at bringing him back. We're just on a team who is crossing paths with the team looking at the rock, so maybe a little bit of action there as Welchmers. Pardon me if I say this team's name is wrong, as I'm getting through pronunciation of a couple of these teams. Not too bad of a start for them. They got the Watson, they got the full setup right now just above command center.
Yeah, and really kind of just chilling, right? They don't need to move right now. They've got the top side of command center. They can really just kind of hang out for the time being. If they need to drop down after, there's actually a cannon that will shoot them out right down towards the bottom side of Stormcatcher as well, which is still inside circle, it looked like. So even if they need to move, if they get pressured, there is definitely a kind of a get out of jail free card there.
There is.
Not sure if we saw them. Did they have a Valk on their team? Because that also, there's a spot where you can Valk ult out as well from the top up there as well and still be safe.
Not 100% on that call, but we did get to see where the end game is, and right now on screen, LFO Enigma. I mean, this is the place to be for end game at the moment.
Sure.
They have a great setup for the end. Somebody's already got red armor. I don't know who that is that they're taking shots at, but this is a good place to be right now if you're LFO Enigma. Teams are going to start funneling into this position. Things are about to get hectic. Things are going to be completely
very
up
very
in
close
arms
on the map to where we actually just saw TSM take ALGS London as well on match point format as well, right outside of Thunderwatch. To the right of it, you'll see where all these teams are kind of playing right now. Actually, if you look on the mini map where the two drones are kind of flying around, it was right in between there. That's where we saw the likes of TSM take their first victory in quite a while on land. It was nice to see that as well. But I mean, hey, Colin, a very, very slow middle game here. I mean, because of the less teams in the lobby, I guess, as well as just teams dropping out very early on inside of that first circle, closing in on circle 2, finishing now. There's a lot of room still for 12 teams to be able to play inside of these circles.
Yeah, 12 squads finished, and I feel like the only action you and I have seen is Synaptic get run over by Godfire. As we're on screen with Horus right now, Valk, Crypto, and Caustic. This is going to be
an interesting combo.
Yeah, quite the combo for pushing into that final circle. But G7 Scout in hand, nice shots down range, a little bit of damage done to a couple players, but still that blue armor, 134 until you get purple shields. And I mean, with this G7 Scout, I mean, I don't think there's much more that you need to get this purple shield.
This is my wombo combo right here. You run a G7 Scout with an R9 or a car. Oh man, Colin, get me all tingly on the inside here. This is a controller player's like livelihood right here is running this loadout, and you know, getting a lot of good damage. Might even be able to get that Evo up very shortly here. You can get one more shot off with this G7. We'll be able to get that purple Evo unlocked as well, and that's big. That's an extra 25 HP towards the end game.
Yes, it will be, especially considering how comfortable LFO Enigma were with their purple shields, and whoever they were poking at over towards Lightning Rod too had reds already, red Evo. So
yeah, that was crazy. I don't know who has that already, but they've been putting in work for sure.
Oh, I mean, I feel like when we were looking at that minimap and we saw how many teams were coexisting to the top side of Storm Point, it's only rightfully so that somebody's gonna have red Evos. But as we move back over to Godfire, still only one elimination for Nellis. As I don't think Godfire has gotten too much action. Let's see somebody with action. No Revival Games, 2 down and already on the ground. Miles has to go big. Hipfire's going to connect, but not enough, as things in absolute chaos across 2 squads getting cleaned up by F7 Clan.
Very, very close there. Big team fight, and you know what? You probably would have gotten away with it too if F7 Clan didn't make their way in. And now they've got 6 free death boxes to go through, get a ton of loot here. And that pesky little spider taking some shots over at Weak, taking 10 HP off the shield. How disrespectful. You know, Weak's got his teammate though. You know, they're gonna back him up. They're gonna be able to get that one away, Colin. So
that's
should be able to get that sell up. Hopefully be able to get him back to full health there.
He's got his trades on the spider. We got the bang smoke for the survey beacon, and this is the one change that I think I was most excited to see, the enemy scans. I mean, for late game, this is going to be some good information to play off of, but as we move over to Spacewalk, in a little bit of trouble, already down for the Loba. Tragic Rush, no Evo, tries to take the chow on purple, but already down to one last player, Khan, the Valk, trying to rat as best as they can. Hopefully recover that banner from Ultra, but not good looks from Spacewalk. Horus is the one that's contesting them here, as this is some good standing for Horus, who originally were not looking good on loot.
They do have that player does have a zipline to their right as well. The solo that we have here, Khan on Spacewalk, they do have a zipline to the right. Don't have that Valcult available at all right now as well. And yeah, this might be the best play that they can make at the moment. Just try to escape their way away. They are a Valk, so they could realistically fly up and grab this. But even being on that zipline there, you are kind of sustainable to getting shot at. And actually, I kind of like this play, Colin. It looks like they're just going to try to tuck themselves in the corner, kind of work their way up. Not inside of zone yet, but they're kind of playing a low ground area where hopefully they don't get scanned, they don't get seen. They can play that placement and then later on have that Valcult available again to be able to get away. So, you know, just playing patient at the time.
You shimmy to the right, you're in the circle. You're not too far away, as LFO Enigma being contested at the moment. Not sure who's going to be pushing into this area. Crypto ult breaks the Evos, shatters them actually to existence, and goes right back in just to see, you know, what's cooking on the inside. And it doesn't matter at all. They got Watson against Watson, as these Evos are going to be plentiful between both teams.
Yeah, and Fangs, another G7 Scout, just taking a lot of shots down range, getting some good damage in. And yeah, behind that scan and behind the crypto ult comes a lot of damage here from Nan2 with the R301 just beaming from the front right now. We'll pull out the PK, should be able to finish this off. I actually believe it's another team that will finish off the last kill in from behind, but there we go. LFO Enigma getting another team wipe there. Spacewalk also does get eliminated, so the solo that we saw off to the side trying to rat their way through the Valk also gone down. Colin, very quickly, now that we're in our circle form, we're starting to see things getting ready to close. Very quickly running out of teams here as we're down to 7.
Yeah, another team bites the dust. 7 squads left. Take a look at Horus as they climb the mountain right now of Storm Point and climb the ranks of eliminations. 3 eliminations just on that player alone. Man, I mean, this is exactly what you hope to get out of your raid. It just seems like they're in the deep end right now of trying to scout for information for the rest of their team. Like I said, Jesse, I mean, right now, LFO Enigma, they are big chilling in positioning. And to have your Wraith also controlling more of those buildings, more frontal positioning, is, I mean, that is a perfect setup right now from Enigma. Godfire, though, in a little bit of trouble.
Colin, I don't think you understand how happy I am with Wraith kind of being like suitable and being able to be played again. It's such a great feeling to be able to see that back inside a competitive Apex, to be able to see those Wraith players kind of back to full strength, being able to get out of damage or being able to get out of jail free if they need to here. And here comes in your pick that you enjoy so much here as well. Having that player on your team to be able to kind of block those doors off, get back to full health. Now everybody with a gold bag, so you're going to get those health back up for all the players here. And yeah, this is a good rebound here for Godfire once again.
Yeah, it's just going to help this Godfire squad poke and prod and hopefully scout for information. Infobel out in the open. You need to drop that bang smoke, bud. You need to be aware of the damage oncoming, but behind you, Loba, shield is broken as Worst is going to get the down onto one. Now pinched at both sides. Godfire in a little bit of a pickle. They see the team pushing off the top of Thunderwatch and ult out to the Catalyst. Now Worst is trying to block the information from one team on the left. See if they can isolate this fight to the right, and they do. F7 clan eliminated. Worst is going to get the full elimination onto that last as Godfire pushing up to see if they can get a space in this circle, which it seems like they're going to have such a hard time. The Valkyrie on top of all of this. The smoke is trying to give them way, but Godfire, we will see you in game 2.
Just goes to show you that even if you are a very talented team, if you don't have that rotation, kind of feels like right now, Colin, Valk still very important on a map, especially like this one here on Storm Point. You have a Valk there, a much easier rotation to be able to kind of 3Q up inside of that and take to the sky, as opposed to trying to walk your way in and fight everybody in. So just something to think about in the future there. But another very good shot coming down here from LFO and Enigma, who are definitely in the power position to kind of close this game out here, right in the top side of the map, kind of playing this this building here on the north portion of the map. And I mean, they're in a very good spot. There are 3 buildings in zone, but let's also not forget they did also have control of the little building right directly across them as well. So if they can stop any other teams from getting in there, maybe even get the Wraith back over and in that building, if Nang can get back there, I mean, that would be 2 powerful positions that they'd be able to keep control of before the end of the game.
A little bit of picture of 2 teams in the circle, but Enigma still with some players pushing in. Nan's going to be poking away. It finds the down onto one. You see a push as well. PK in hand. Mozambique in the back pocket. Not good enough. You need Nan to the rescue. Good shots with the PK on the hip fire. Takes 68 on the flash and finishes with the R301. Horus eliminated Jesse. They need to get their teammate back up inside of the building.
They're just gonna smack that Crypto's booty back inside of the building. Not a conversational point I thought I was gonna say today, Colin, but you know what?
Nice.
I'm glad I got to. Now here comes another team trying to push in from the back. You do have a Kraber on hand as well, and a Prowler in the hands, a fully loaded Prowler, I should say, as well. And look at this thing chunk. Very good. Shields decimated there off the start of that. And now gonna go for a little bit of a chow here is the other team, trying to see if they can just slow down the push. Oh, 1 second earlier with that Kraber in hand, that would have been curtains for that player.
Yeah. You do have the Prowler, though. This is the most deadly weapon, it seems, in the lobby at times. And it is going to be the bane of the existence of LFO Enigma, as a new team has taken up the mantle for best positioning in the lobby. Now see if they can project themselves into that first place finish. 3 squads left. 1 gets eliminated down to 2. It's a 3 versus 2 as well, Jesse. Right now, advantage to the team on screen. Decay in that Valk, you still have the ability to rotate to the high grounds if needed, but look at the end, Mad Maggie and a Wraith to go up against this.
Yeah, it's an interesting combo. I think the only thing that maybe you have to your advantage here right now as the team of 2 is maybe you have a little bit better positioning right now, because the zone should play into a position where you can at least drop down, play the bins in front of you for a little bit of cover, as opposed to the other team that won't have a ton of cover being able to work out from the south side of this circle here. But it looks like the team of 3 here on your screen gonna get more aggressive here, try to push their way up. The Valkyrie comes through. You do still have a Kraber in hand as well. If you can find a pick here, and I mean, the Valk should be able to get to the sky quite quickly. And there we go, 1 player broken. It's the Mad Maggie. The Wraith now broken as well, and here comes the full final push.
Wraith broke in on the inside. A little bit of flesh there from Decay on the Prowler. Worth on top. Mad Maggie, ult that K stunned. Is this going to be enough? It looks like they want to push. The crossfire is going to be good enough. A little bit of flesh there onto the last player. Shelvin hosts the champions of map 1. standing true with all three players, Jesse, at the end. That was an amazing way to take Storm Point into your own hands.
You had the 3v2 advantage and played to perfection there at the end of the game there. And let's not forget, they also took out the other team that was looking oh so good inside of that lobby. And I mean, just a really, really good performance there. They took away the dominant kind of final position. They smelled blood in the water when they saw that fight came in, took the third party, walked away with the victory there. And as soon as they finished that up, a 3v2, got a couple breaks on the opposing team. As soon as that Maggie went down, it was pretty much over from that point on.
As soon as I see not one but both Evo shields cracked, I'm like, okay, come on. What can you really do in this situation? It was a sinking ship for Strife at the end there. I mean, you still get second place, not too shabby for placement purposes. It's only game one, so I mean, you have 3 other games to really turn it around. But Jesse, you know, as we take a look at these leaderboards, was game one the new update? Was it everything you hoped for?
Yeah, I mean, it's really, really good. A very, very wide selection of different kind of specialists and different legends that we're seeing across the board. Absolutely things you love to see. I really hope I see Staleasy on a Wraith today at some point, though. I just out of pure nostalgia factor alone, I hope we get to see Staleasy running the Wraith, especially with the recent buff. But outside of that, I mean, I think the big surprise was seeing Kick out in like what the top 15 inside of that lobby. Hopefully, we'll see a better performance from them as this games go along.
Well, I mean, placements start at top 12, so definitely not, you know, what you want for a team, you know, as notable as that. But as we do take a look at the leaderboards for Group A, at the end of that, we can really size up what we get towards the end, because I mean, a perfect finish from I hope I'm not saying this wrong. Shelbinos, 28 points, Jesse, at the end of game one. I mean, talk about a standout performance for a team, you know, who you and I didn't really have on our radars. We got Strife in second place, 11 points. I mean, that's a total, what is that? 17-point difference between first and second is going to be, you know, a lot of work cut out for the rest of this lobby. But we have Godfire, 6th place with only 6 points. Jesse, Kick, 15th place, only 1 point.
Yeah, that's definitely the start you want for Kick, but at least in a tournament like this right now, especially with top 6 or 7 making it through for most groups right now, not exactly sure how we're going through with doing that to make it in towards our final group. But I mean, Kick is they'll be fine, I'm sure. I mean, they need to win one game, get top towards a few of the final games there. As long as they don't keep consistently going out in 15th, they should be fine. To make their way in. The other team I was very impressed with in this lobby was LFO Enigma. They were the team who originally had that powerful position before Shabinos was able to make the push in and kind of get in and shut them down. But Enigma, I think, will be another team to watch. Godfire had a very tough rotation. Otherwise, I think we would have seen a very good end game out of Godfire as well. Just unfortunately, you know what? Sometimes you get circle held. That's exactly what happens to them there inside of that game. But hey, Group A, match 1 complete. It was a very, very good map, number 1. And also, I'm looking forward to another Storm Point matchup coming up soon.
Yeah, one more Storm Point, then we head to Broken Moon. Gonna have to wait to see what we get for match number 2. A quick little break. We'll see you on the flip side with some more Apex Monthly here for Community Gaming. What's going on, guys? Welcome back to Apex Monthly here for Community Gaming. Once again, I mean, we just got through our game number 1. We're heading into our game number 2 with Group A in just a moment. My name is Seymour. With me, Cruisin'. I'm going to be your host, taking you through this lovely time on this nice Friday afternoon. I say it's a nice Friday afternoon. It's snowing. I mean, it's only can be so nice when it's snowing. I'm freezing cold right now, Jesse. But,
Canada, what are you gonna do?
I mean, what are you going to do at that point? What's not cold? These games that we have in store for us for game number 2. We're still on Storm Point. Game number 1 is a banger. I'll say a very big upset, too. I mean, we did not expect to see some of these teams fall so early and some of the teams rise towards the end. But hey, you know what? Sometimes it's what we get here in VR.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I did not peg Shelbonos coming in to win that map number 1, but you know what? They came in, they walked away, and 27-point banger is
Right?
what we might as well add. I mean, I didn't expect it. That had to have been the team, right? That was sitting up at Stormcatcher with the full red evos, right? It had to have been. With the amount of kills that they were walking away with, I don't see a reason why that would not have been them kind of sitting up in that situation or in that spot of the map at that point of the game with the domination that we saw in terms of kills and points for that team. And hopefully we get to see more of that coming through here. But the one thing I want to see a bounce back game here for Kick, and I want to see another really good game here from Godfire as well. Would be nice to see those two kind of bigger name teams pop off here. And Colin, it looks like we actually almost have a full lobby here in terms of all of our players on all of our teams loaded in. We did not see that inside of game number 1, so that's nice to see here for a lot of these teams.
Yeah, it looks like Synaptic has 2 teammates this time. So big ups to that for LFL. But you're right. I mean, Shelbonos, they weren't the team that was sitting at Lightning Rod with red Evos. Pretty sure they actually were in one of the worst positions going into that end circle, rotating from Stormcatcher towards where LFO Enigma were. Just right time, right place. They got the jump on them, and you did not expect to be pushed from that angle. It was exactly at the same time that LFO Enigma found that first initial game engagement when they lost the crypto. So I think, for Shelbonos in that position, you literally took the game-winning gunfight there against LFO Enigma, and you rose to the occasion. But let's hop into game number 2, Jesse. Already off of the drops. Last time we got a hotly contested top side of Storm Point. What are we in store for this time?
Yeah, I mean, we'll see, right? We'll see where Zone decides to play. We haven't gotten to see, obviously, the full map overhead here. This was our second place team from the end of last game. It's Strife, and it looks like they'll actually have a full team loading into the lobby this time as well. They got second with just 2 last game, right, Colin? So let's see what they can do here with a full team for themselves as well. Should be very nice to see. And this is interesting. You see teams. It's so funny, Colin, because usually when you've got teams kind of playing in these competitive lobbies, teams are calling out where they're dropping, right? So like, oh man, I guess we probably shouldn't go and contest there. Well, a lobby like this, you probably don't have that, right? Where everybody's kind of calling out where they're going. It's more of an ego chow, right? Everybody's just trying to, hey, let's just try to get our KP as quickly as possible and get away here in a lot of these spots. And now we get the overhead map view. We can see where a lot of these teams have landed, and actually had not very many contestations that I can see, if any at all. The one team that I see, though, you see that lime green team over towards the left side of the map, very, very spread out here, hitting 3 different POIs, or 3 different, I guess, unnamed POIs to get a lot of loot there. The big thing I'm seeing, though, is Kick on the left side. They get Mill all to themselves. That should be a ton of loot for that team to be able to walk away with, hopefully to have a better game here.
And if Prophet there is not careful, I mean, with Kick sizing up against them in that contested area, you might be looking to dip out early against a team like that. But you're right. Pretty quiet off the hop. We still have 17 squads still alive in this lobby. All 50 players still standing true.
And a Nemesis AR in everybody's hands.
I will say, Jesse, I was a little bit disappointed with game 1. I don't think we got enough cowbell. I mean, well, cowbell in terms of Nemesis ARs, but I don't think we got enough.
I mean, we definitely seen a few, right? But towards the end of those games, no, you're right. It was a lot of care package weapons towards the end of a lot of the games there. But I mean, you get definitely all these teams here have a shot to kind of do what they need to do in terms of picking up the right guns or the right situations. And here we can see the second circle after this primary one. It will be that green circle you're seeing up towards the top of the left-hand side of the map. And yeah, you can see Fluxan up there, a very, very talented team up inside of Checkpoint right now. And yeah, they are going to be playing that point to perfection. They are not going to be moving from there anytime soon, especially if they have a beacon to let them know, like, hey, we are in next circle. We are not leaving this spot.
No, it seems like, off the checkpoint, our end circle is probably going to most likely pull towards either north pad or stand around checkpoint area. So that's a good spot to be in. For Flux, you don't want to have to move in that sense. But is this Godfire camping somebody?
They are waiting for this
Is
team to get out of the hole here.
this is the reason why I didn't like Strong Point at first. Is I used to be the team on the inside, and one day somebody parked the Trident on top of the roof, and I hit my
The
head, and I
worst
got
feeling.
absolutely wiped. And I think it actually made me not play Apex for at least a whole week. So I wonder what's in store for whoever's on the inside of this, which
That
is going to be
queue just-
LFO.
Did that queue just fall through the top? And oh no, it's the Naptic's team again.
Oh no.
This time with the full roster, though, so at least the Naptic this time not having to take on Godfire by
You have
himself,
help.
the team that took him out last time. You know what? Back together, and it feels so good. They can try to at least try to fight their way out here together. But it's gonna be a fight, Colin. It's gonna be a full fight to get out of here. They need to hit that button, probably take some shots down range. And as soon as this door opens up, they are going to be in for a hellstorm.
Yes.
From the top side of this bunker. It's going to be tough. We'll see how they decide to fight this one from the inside here. They're going to Jimmy
Okay.
Bubble down. Jimmy Bubble's massive because they can at least fly out using the top. Everybody going to try to
Oh,
fly
man.
away, and they have all actually made it. Now, what's going to be interesting here is to see if Godfire chooses
One's down.
to push and chase the same way. One player does go down. But a portal gonna come out here. I was gonna say, is Exotic gonna choose to use the portal? Now double length should actually be able to get inside of this building.
Oh,
before
but
that
can they
portal
get there in
runs out.
time?
But the pop needs to go down here. And
Oh,
it
it's
does.
there.
They get the pop off.
Are you going to hop into the portal? Are you going to chase this one? At the moment, you got Beast of the Hunt popped for Nellis at the moment. We're going to not want to get that res off. See if you can contest this right away. Work gets blown open, but seems like both sides going to bring back to full strength. Can you get the heals if you are LFO on the inside of this one?
Gibraltar ult on top as well.
Yeah, this is going to be tough for Godfire. They need to get on the inside. They need to find an angle in to contest this one. Flatline R9 in the hand of Nellis. Not too bad for this, but you're pushing into a Caustic. I think that's the one issue that you have right now if you're Godfire looking to siege this building.
Yeah, it was the one player, right? Like, you had that player down the Caustic. Nobody was able to get up. But unfortunately, you allow that res to come through.
There it is.
And there's the Caustic ult as well. That's going to completely slow this team down. It's going to burn some shields off as well. And oh my god, just barely staying alive at the moment. And this fight is now going to be pushed into Storm as well. So heals
All
could
right.
become a factor here as well, Colin.
I mean, Godfire, they just like to live life on the edge, Jesse. And I'm here for it. And looking good so far. I mean, LFO, they know the assignment. They know what they're in for. They have bunkered this building as best as they can. But when it comes to, the resource fight now between both these teams, who's got the heals? Who's going to be able to sustain longer? Is it going to be LFO on the inside, or will they eventually have to take this fight? It looks like Akimbo's just going to fly with his R99 right on top of the Gibby. You got the bubble to help them out, and they're going to get the down, but in turn, they lose two. So Kimbo lasts alive, trying to ice up for a squad. R99's not enough, so LFO, they get eliminated. And Godfire, now the kill leaders for a moment before they died to the storm. So, I mean, all's well that ends well. If you're LFO, you're not giving Godfire too much with that. You take them down with me or with them. So, I think, yeah, that's just tough.
What's big there is, I think, because they go into Storm too. I believe LFO gets credited with those kills, at least in the kill feed. That is what it looked like. So LFO, I believe, should get 2 more kills added onto their name. They're not sure if they will for sure or not, but you would think so, right? Especially with the way that just kind of went through.
You would.
Well, we'll have to see. Usually it's weird, right? Because when a player goes down and that team gets eliminated, whoever cleans that player up ends up getting the kill for that later on in the game.
Oh, Jesse.
So it'd be interesting to see.
Check this out. Flux, they've moved out of checkpoint. They've set up camp in North Pad. Kick between 2 right now, as they're going to be just outside of the beast. And
Oh, I think we're about to see where next circle's going.
yeah, look, now Kick is going to be in the best position out of both of these teams. So you're going to have to rotate out of checkpoint. You're going to have to push out of North Pad eventually. And with the fact that if Kick can isolate this team that's right behind them in the blue, that's best case scenario.
Yeah, going to be very little cover there. And let's not forget that I don't think that there's a single circle that finishes on checkpoint. So the team that's inside a checkpoint right now will have to rotate out of that positioning at some point. And not a lot of buildings here available and up for grabs. And Kick, absolutely, like you called, Colin, in the most powerful position at the moment, needing to just kind of keep control of this building, maybe just kind of keep control, keep their eyes on which bunkers end up having teams kind of push through, make their way in, and stall easy again, rocking that classic combo that you see now on controllers. Whenever you see a controller player in a competition, very likely you're going to see a G7 and a car on hand there, and it's exactly what you see there. And it looks like they might actually be getting pushed right now as F7 Clan now starts to try to push their way in towards next circle.
F7, I mean, again, this team that understands the assignment, you got to get set up as quick as possible. We saw how hard it was for Godfire to push late game into the end circle, so I know all of these teams, they don't want to be put into that scenario, but I don't mind this at all right now from F7 Clan. I mean, late game, getting into one of the bunkers and getting all the loot that you hope for. I mean, this is a good bailout. Good bailout spot right now.
It is. The great thing about this too is that as soon as, like, they don't need to close this bunker right away, right? So they can just hold inside of this bunker. You get a ton of cover, can't shoot through anything in it. And then as soon as they get into some trouble, just close the damn bunker.
Yeah.
Close the bunker. As long as Storm's not coming in late game, you should be fine. And the great thing about the bunkers is that get out of jail free card, being able to get onto the booster, shoots you straight up in the air. It's almost like a little mini Valcult. Like, you're gonna, every player is going to be able to get themselves away.
I will say, you know, it can come back to bite you if a team's going to camp you out on top. They don't have the Gibby to, you know, to help them hop on that launch pad. So, you know, there is
true.
A little bit, you know, to still kind of pick apart for that team. But you get to look at the heirloom for Seer. Actually, this is probably one of my favorite heirlooms that was added to the game, Jesse.
I spent a disgusting amount of money on this game, and yes, I have this heirloom as well. But we don't need to talk about that. I mean,
we don't need to know my financial situation.
The Seer heirloom. Why do you think I cast Apex? I got to pay for all my heirlooms somehow, Colin.
I mean, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. That's Jesse using all of, you know, whatever he gets from the Apex cast for the anniversary. But we got Kick in a little bit of trouble right now. F7 Clan finally looking to contend against them on the inside. Watson ultimate drop down. It looks like they're going to be battling against the Crypto ulti as well. So F7, they have to disengage for a moment, resupply on these Evos, still be aware of teams on the outside of this looking in, because you need this to either be quick and clean, or you need to not take this fight with how many teams are around them.
And I think it might be the latter of the two right now. Just going to choose to kind of back out of this. You did just get a Bloodhound skin in from Regu. So just kind of checking over. You see that team's not pushing out on anything there. And you know, like, hey, we need to just kind of play our lives here. There's too many teams around. Still top 10 as well. So you're still barely even inside of the point threshold. I believe you're only walked away with what?
Yeah.
With 2 points inside of top 10. So you're definitely trying to at least make it in towards that next couple thresholds of 6th and 7th. For 3 points, 5th will get you 4. You want to try to make your way in, but of course, obviously, you want to try to get those kill points as well.
I'm surprised that F7 gave up the bunkers so easily. They must have had somebody fight against them for that positioning. Nice shots there from Regu. Really gonna humble Kick for a second. And F7, now they have to be aware of how many teams are going to be looking for this exact position that they're going to be in. I don't think this is Kick on the inside. I think Kick's on the opposite end.
Kick is on the opposite side. Yeah, they are. Yeah. They're in the. There's like 2 circular buildings. They're in control of those 2 buildings on the other side.
Yeah.
Of, like the little bunkers.
They're in the God spot right now.
They definitely are in a good spot. I don't know if it's the God spot at the moment. You can see them here actually on the other side, controlling both of these little circle buildings at the moment. What's going to be very interesting here is to see if any of these teams are able to find and work their way here into the zone, especially with Valgarizo with the charge rifle in hand. I mean, it's going to be very, very tough to kind of push your way in towards that charge. I absolutely hate it, but you know what? I respect the play.
Hey, it's the charge rifle cheese, Jesse. I mean, you cannot, I guess, bet against the charge rifle right now.
I'm going to hate on it all day long, but you know what?
Oh, you can't bet against it, though, when it comes to, you know, how fast he's getting to Red Evo with this Nice 45 chunk there. Does lose out. I mean, that's a bow check on the other side. So you can use that charge rifle as much as you want, but
For sure.
that bow check will pick you apart if you're not careful. So here we see now Shelbonos, team that won game number 1, still alive and looking well right now as they're going to Velcult right dead center into the next circle. And this is one thing that I do like about this end circle, Jesse, being towards North Pad, is all of these trenches leads to so much ability to coexist with other teams. We still have 10 teams alive.
So Shelbonos bare minimum right now has 3 kills. Sierra ult goes down from a separate team, and actually a fight going on the other side. It's LFO Enigma again in trouble towards an end game here. They did have a very successful game in their last one. Rez will start to come through. They'll make the push out together as a team of 2. They'll find the kills there, and that's going to be F7 Clan eliminated in that situation. They do get the beacon. They should have complete control of the top side of the map here, and if they can actually grab a I believe there was a Reds beacon right there as well, so they should actually be able to get these players back up in that situation here. And this is not a situation I like for Kick there though. Kick. Another team's come in.
Yeah, this is still LFO Enigma under fire now. HYK looking to take them down. I mean, they just had a fight, and now they have to do it again after getting their crypto back into the play. Shelbonos eliminated too, I saw in the feed, so we will be getting a brand new winner here in game number 2, a chance to overlap that number 1 spot on the leaderboard. Nan's going to get away from the grenade for the moment. We got Kick in the picture-in-picture under some hot fire too, as one's already down, low HP for that top player. Revival Games gets eliminated. Kick still battling it out as they're fully down for 2. Now Clone Zera, can you stand up to the rest of them? You cannot. Kick eliminated. Down to 5 squads, Jesse. Horus, they move from the backside of Kick into the circle, and now they are looking to be back into the best position.
I don't know if you remember before we hopped over to HYK, I said I didn't like that for Kick, and that's exactly why they were controlling the further of the 2 kind of circle buildings and not controlling the main one. And unfortunately for them, this is a very gutsy call here inside of Circle 4. This zone chunks for a lot of damage. You don't have heat shields either inside a competitive Apex Legends here. You're going to choose to use this. This is a very gutsy call coming through here. HYK, you need to get your way back into the circle. And it was the teammate that was AFK that went down.
Oh, okay, so you don't have the Valk. You're banking on a gutsy play with your Wraith right now. And a Mad Maggie. I mean, this is not an easy rotation to make.
I don't
LFO Enigma, like, they can't go the other way, Jesse, because LFO Enigma are between them and Salvation right now.
Yeah, this is where being the third party sometimes can hurt you, right? Because now that team that you were third in has gotten back to full strength. Unfortunately, one of your player DCs in that situation, and now you are in some trouble here. And it actually looks like Enigma is going to be on the hunt trying to find these players. And oh my god, that is a fully loaded devotion. Terrifying to see from the other side.
You got the purple barrel stabilizer turbocharger, Jesse. We talked about this at the top of show. This is what we are looking for, you know, a potential I guess dark horse weapon to grab for these late game scenarios. And you're fully kitted out if you're Enigma. You know you have a team pinned down. You can go on the prowl, but you want to make sure that you're just humbling anybody who is looking to cut you off going to the circle. It looks like Nan, that extended rift, looking to get into play here. Welchmers in the middle of things, tries to go for the trap, tries to bring Wiz with him, but it seems like that's going to blow up in his face. HYK eliminated.
Yeah, HYK go out. I wonder if they tried to make their way through Storm. It actually looks like Fang found that final kill. And that's one of the players here on LFO Enigma. On LFO Enigma. They can't take that portal down. They're in some trouble here. They need to just try to find a way to get all group behind, everybody in behind one little rock right now.
Oh, no.
And it's not just a boulder. It's a rock.
It's a rock.
And they're staying alive here in the game, just barely here. And they may have done just enough damage here to Welchmers to stay alive here for now. But oh my god, look at the web inside of this. This is going to be absolute chaos here to try to push into.
webbed up with the PK in hands. I mean, you got the Crypto, you got the Valk, you got the Watson, and the Watson all to go with it. Everybody looking from the outside in for LFO Enigma, trying to see if they can, I guess, interrupt a little bit of this. Crypto ult's gonna let them in. Devo time, baby. 24 on the purple Evo right away. Nice shots from Fang. Time to hunt if you're Enigma. You want this bunker and you're ready to take it by force in with the car. In with the car. And they get it done. One last player. And they take it down. Welchmer is going to be eliminated. Now Enigma on the back foot. Can they restabilize?
Need to get that reset really quickly here as you have fellas pushing in from the front. Some good damage, though, from LFO Enigma. They at least get some damage in on the Kings to slow down that initial push here. There's another LATAM team here. Kings and Sleep. We know these two players very, very well here inside of the competitive Apex scene, and they are just going to take their time here. They know they've got the positioning advantage. They know that everybody here is going to need to push into them, going to break the Crypto drone as well, so that ult not going to be a factor. We also saw it in the last fight. This team needs to just kind of slow down, play it patiently, break the ults, you know, take away any advantage that you might have here for LFO Enigma. And a wall going up from Sleep as well. This is going to be a very tough push for LFO Enigma to win.
You split the Red Sea now if you're Sleep and you're ready to put this in the dirt. LFO Enigma versus Fellows, and a little bit too aggressive there through the wall. You're down. Kings is going to find the second one. You're champions of game number 2, fellas. And they make it look so easy at the end there, Jesse. All 3 players stay alive. They barely take a lick of damage, too. And all off the back of a well-placed Catalyst ult to finish that off. We get a brand new winner for game 2, Jesse. And a fun one. LFO Enigma, second game in a row where they look like they're in a good position and they fumble the bag.
Hey, I mean, they had to fight their way into that position, though, to be fair. That was not an easy spot at all. And that's back-to-back games where LFO Enigma wins a big fight to give them a powerful position towards endgame, and then they get third-party to lose the game. They've lost both times to the team that has eventually gone on to win. You know, at least the time before it was a third-place finish. This time through a second-place finish. But you know what? LFO Enigma, the consistency, that's what's key in a lot of these tournaments, right? That should shoot them up the leaderboard again. Yeah, you know what? You didn't get a win, but I'm sure you're still going to be in a fantastic spot going into the last 2 games here. Once we head over towards our new map in Broken Moon, and oh, Colin, this game, all these games have been really good.
We're just getting started right now, Jesse. I'm so excited. I mean, it's been a while since I've been on the desk for an Apex Monthly, and I'm just soaking everything up right now from my point of view. And at the end there, I mean, if you're LFO Enigma, maybe you're looking at this like, okay, 2 high placements. The only thing that can beat us are the winners. If you're Enigma, so hopefully you can restabilize and have another shot at it for game 3. But we do have, from what I'm hearing, the update for all 3 groups, Jesse. So let's take a look at Group A first, see where we're sized up after the end of game number 2. Shelbino still in first place after, you know, what probably wasn't the finish that you wanted. They had to Valk ult into that end circle, and they were really stuck in a sticky situation, not really getting control of any points of interest too early. But LFO Enigma, 2 high placing games. It's going to put them in second place. Fellas off of a dub in game number 2. It just shoots them right up into third. And the teams that we both highlighted going into this Group A, Godfire and Kick barely holding on in 7th place and 9th place.
Yeah, I mean, Kick, though, with a better performance, an 8-point game there from them after their 1-point game inside of game number 1. The thing that scares me for Godfire and Kick right now, Colin, is this should be a map that they're comfortable on with Stormpoint. We're going to Broken Moon next, a new competitive map here for the Community Gaming Monthly. I haven't seen too many competitive tournaments on Broken Moon yet, so you got to think that largely that's a big variable that we won't see, that these teams don't have a lot of comfortability on. But at the very least, for teams like Godfire and teams like Kick right now, everywhere from Strife in 5th place down to F7 Clan in 12th, all within 1 to 2 points of each other. So still a lot of room to be able to move around inside of the top 10.
Everybody's got to start somewhere with Broken Moon, and it looks like we're starting here with Community Gaming in this Apex Monthly. Let's take a look at Group B, though, and see what we're missing inside of there. Jesse, Nameless on top. 47 points in first place. 42 points for TKC in
Must have been
second. So
two
not
massive games
too
from those
much.
two teams. Wow.
Yeah, I'd say not too much of a difference separating first and second, but you look at second to third place for NorCal, 25 points. I mean, that is a monumental hold right now that Nameless and TKC have on the rest of this lobby.
Yeah, if you asked me to look at this Group B, I'd say they already played 3 games with the scores that we're seeing right here.
I was thinking the same.
Kind of crazy to see these massive scores coming through, especially with 3 teams, actually almost 4 teams, all over 20 points there inside of that game. A few teams, with some low points there. Full Sail Armada, Black. Hopefully we can see them pop back up. Give some love to the university scene here playing inside of the Apex Legends tournament. But I mean, hey, it is what it is, right? And Nameless and TKC, I mean, very clearly have taken this lobby by storm.
Yeah, you also highlighted Phoenix team going into this one at 5 points in 10th place. A team that hopefully, for your own sake, Jesse, for picking them out in this Group B, maybe looking for a turnaround.
I remember the name. That's all.
In the second half, yeah, return to Apex monthly, hoping to maybe get a better placing than you have in the past. Blue Oyster, team that I recognize in the past as well, 5th place in Group B, 13 points there. But let's move on. Let's take a look at Group C as we get set up for Broken Moon, Jesse, because a lot of these players, a lot of these teams, I mean, it's really up in the air on who's going to be leading these lobbies after Game 3 and 4 are done, because nobody's going to be prepared for what's up next. But this is a lot more competitive. Okay, this is what I was looking for. Group C, 32 points to tie first and second place. 28 for third, 23 for fourth. You see Rollers MX there in the top 4 as well.
And the little Pog champs sitting in 8th. Yeah, there's still hope.
Let's go.
There's still hope for the little Pog champs. Hopefully they can fight their way in to that top 7. I think it's either top 7 or top 6 of most of these lobbies will be making it in to that final lobby right now, because usually it's the 4 groups, so 5 from each group will make it in. So obviously 7 from 2 of the groups, 6 from 1 of the groups will make it in. We'll find out more about that at some point here on who's all going to make their way through. But yeah, Rollers MX playing well. You expect to see Vermouth again, another team that we expect to see up there playing well. I'm not sure who No Name is, but 32 points, obviously putting the lobby on notice here as well. And then you got Black Mold also at 32 points. I was thinking the same thing as you, Colin, when we swapped over to this one. I'm like, this has been a much more competitive lobby than what we've seen in the other 2 here so far.
I mean, it's going to be our admins who decide who's going to be in that last final group for points without having that, Group D to look at. I imagine, Jesse, if I was looking at this, you'd take the top 5 from, the 3 groups, and then the last ones, I mean, you go to points for the rest of it. But,
I think that the casters should get a choice, and we should just get to choose that the little Pog champs make it to finals no matter what. That's all I'm saying.
I don't want chat to be on me, bias caster or anything, but I like that. I like that, Jesse. I like where your head's going at that, but we still got more action. Broken Moon coming up next, folks. I know it's what you're waiting for. I know it's what you want to see. How are these teams going to handle it? How they're going to grasp this new map in the competitive rotation? We want to see too. So let's hop to a break, get things set up, and we'll see you on the other side. Jesse, I mean, games 1, 2, a blast. Games 3, 4, new map. I'm ready for it. How are you feeling? We got Broken Moon coming up, bud.
Yeah, I mean, I'm excited. It should be interesting to see Broken Moon come into the competitive swing of things here. It's something that me and you were speaking of. Haven't really seen too much of it here. The one kind of legend that I think we could see more of here on Broken Moon, and it's only for their tactical alone, because for some reason Apex decided, hey, you know what? We don't like Horizon. We're gonna nerf their alt. I'm very upset, Apex. I just want to let you know. I love Horizon. I like playing Nestor, and I'm very upset that we nerfed her alt. No longer can you do the, you know, sucky through the walls with Horizon. Unfortunate through the black hole there. But you know what? This map, being able to get up to the zip lines using her tactical, going to be very important, I think. So I think we could see more Horizon coming into the play here through some of these maps.
Okay, well, we're gonna have to, watch out. One thing that's different, with this map that I think is gonna make this one a lot of fun to watch is the zip lines, the amount of transportation you have around this. This is what we were talking about. A very third-party central map because of how quick you can get around the map, how quick you can listen for the shots and get onto those shots in an instant. So off the drop, it's going to be important for a lot of these teams to loot as quick as possible and then look towards the action, because this is a kill race after all. For Broken Moon, I have that feeling, Jesse, it's going to be broken down to who can get set up the fastest first. So it's going to be important for a lot of those teams at the lower end of the leaderboard in groups A to C to make sure that you're ready for what's about to happen. Broken Moon, no VODs on this one with competitive play. So, no way to prepare for this one. No way to know what's on the other side right now for this map, Jesse. We just get to sit back, relax, and enjoy the roller coaster of emotions we're about to go through. And on top of all things, Jesse, I just want to give a little bit of a shout out to, Community Gaming too for putting this on, because they could have just put World's Edge and Stormpoint on, for all we know. They put Broken Moon, the first, tournament organizer that I know to put this map into the rotation. And it really shakes things up. It really makes you think, what are you going to get for this?
Hey, Colin, the only thing I'm going to say about Broken Moon is please don't ask me where I think Zone is going to pull, because I have no idea with this map. Compared to a lot of the other maps, I can look at it, I can kind of normally guess pretty accurately where Zone is going to be kind of pulling, where we'll see a lot of these teams kind of having a finish here. A map like this, I do not have the same level of homework done on Broken Moon. It's kind of an unwritten sheet that I have so far here. This is where it starts to kind of get a lot of analytical notice in right now here. And you know what? We'll see what these teams can do. 17 teams, 50 players loading back into the lobby here, Colin. And I think we're going to be in for a really fun one.
Tango spotted.
Yeah, I mean, only a couple places, that myself or that I like to drop. I'm more of a terraformer, Ionomics. North Promenade, I love dropping North Promenade or South Promenade towards there. A lot of loot, a lot of fun if you're controlling the middle portion of the map. And sometimes I look to Alpha Base, Stasis. But right off the rip, Jesse, I think this is probably one of my my favorite drops that we're going to be looking at. This is going to be Eternal Gardens, and this is one of my favorite drops just because of the hedges that you get around it. It's cool to look at all the different hedges that they have. But action, Evo in the hands of Jinx. And Evo is going to take down Wiz as one of the players on Fellas that we saw just win game 2.
Yeah, and Fellas, we just, like you said, came off of them through that game 2 victory here. Sleep Kings and Jinx, very talented team here coming through from that LATAM region. And again, already off to a very good start. Jinx should be able to get that shield off here. We'll get up to a blue Evo already, and it's just been straight work here off the rip here from Fellas. The Valk stun comes through. They do unfortunately lose out on Sleep, so this should be a straight 2v2 here now for Jinx and Kings to have to kind of pull out of the bag here for themselves.
Gonna say, even in the fight, do you want to go all in or do you want to back up right now? Because you still can get Jinx back into this if you play your cards right. Oh, purple Evo, don't mind if I do, says Kings. And suddenly you're thinking, Jesse, that going back in for seconds isn't so bad.
And you might choose to push this back, but it actually looks like they're just choosing to give it up. Is that
Wait.
They found a player inside of a crypto drone.
Oh
No,
no.
no.
Oh no, don't let that happen. Charge rifle now, you have to be aware. Bang smoke going to be dropped. Shield swap for Jinx, I imagine, just to try to be able to sustain that next charge rifle shot that comes through the smoke. Somebody got rezzed as well from the Moby Beacon from that crypto drone, Jesse. So although you get that crypto down, still a 2v2.
Straight carnage, Colin. Off the start of the game here. Looks like a purple mag will
Shalvino's
be now
eliminated.
in the hands of Jinx. And yeah, Shalvino's eliminated already. After that massive game one, very quiet last two games here for Shalvino's.
That leaves that first place spot really open, Jesse. I mean,
Are they going to go for banner?
the balloon, possibly. You've left Jinx all alone. What?
And
Oh no. Oh no.
it's
Okay.
chaos.
Oh, Jinx under fire. Locks off the exit behind him, but still gonna go down. 3 versus 1. That's HYK fighting him out. It doesn't look like this is the team that they were originally fighting, Jesse. So this is another team into it. Spacewalk, HYK. Now in a little bit of a tussle. Tragic's going to find the jump onto Sabanos. Gets traded out. Ultra Ray just to back him up. And HYK, they're going to be the next to drop.
Preservation.
And let's not forget that this is like the 4th or 5th team that we've already now seen fighting inside of Eternal Gardens. This is the chaos that ensues on Broken Moon. The zip lines get you around this map so dang quickly that there's just always a possibility to third party and get inside of a fight here. In a lot of these situations, already lost 10 players in the lobby, started with 50, now down to 40 here inside of this one in Spacewalk now. You know, just trying to get enough loot to get back to full health, get everybody into a situation where you feel comfortable, feel good to get into another fight here. And it looks like they have finally now been able to restabilize here.
Every map in Apex Legends has their own niche little aspect to it, but I think this one is the most interesting. The zip lines from point to point, it just makes this so, I guess, energizing to play, and it's just fun to watch how everything happens. So HYK, surprisingly, the only team there to get eliminated in Eternal Gardens. It looks like Wiz was able to be rezzed back off that initial gunfight, and you now see them moving over to Mirage to fight against the team in blue. Kings gets out, so the original team we were watching for Fellas still alive.
And he did get one of the banners at least. Not sure if they were able to push over towards HYK when
I
they were in
doubt
that
it.
last little scrim there. I doubt that they grabbed it as well, but Kings should be able to get this off. Let's not forget that the mobile respawn beacon is also inside of Crafter right now. So at the very least, if you can't get to one of those respawn beacons, you can always craft one as well.
Horus controlling Terraformer alone. So if they were contested at Terraformer and they came out on top, they are going to be set for the rest of this map. But on screen, F7 clan going up against LFO. That's Synaptic and co. Not the best start to today. You know, solo dropping into Stormpoint. Not the best second game either. You know, they get jumped by Godfire. They have to fight through the ring, and both Godfire and LFO are eliminated early in game 2. So,
Yeah.
I mean, LFO, they have been really at the short end of the stick. So they land safe here and hoping to get the better of F7 clan, but it just doesn't look like this is getting any easier with these shots that they're taking.
Yeah, LFO, Godfire has definitely been the thorn in the side of their plans for much of today here, but they've got a very powerful, dominant position here. It is not easy to get up and onto this roof here and to be able to get a ton of damage in this spot, but it actually looks like it might be F7. That is the team that's trying to combat, trying to get up on the roof to be annoying to these players here. To actually, the Seer gonna take an Alta cell there, try to get back that Seer ult a little bit quickly here. Maybe throw that exhibit down so they can get into the fight a little bit quicker. You do have one on the side of Synaptic here as well. And that's a nice 2 shots from the wingman. You might be able to push behind that to find an initial knock here if you are the likes of LFO.
It does look like Final Circle being here for Production Yard I've seen this circle before, Jesse, in my ranked play games, and it's not fun with
Always
the
this
high
building.
ground.
It's literally always this building.
It's not fun when you have a team controlling this high ground and you're pushing in from not a lot of cover when you're moving from a promenade, boundary. You struggle to get through there. If you're coming from Dry Gulch, you have a little bit easier of a rotation with the rocks that are blocking your path. But in F7 clan, they realize how hard it is to get up to that high ground, and they're just going to respect the fight for now. LFO, this is the most screen time they've had today, just because this is the longest they've been alive.
They haven't had Godfire shooting them and chasing them around Storm Point yet, right? So I mean,
Yes.
that's always helpful. But yeah, this is great to see. You know, they're in a powerful position. They've definitely guessed the zone correctly here. And yeah, I think the only thing maybe that could end up hurting them, and that I'm seeing on Synaptic right now, is I only see 3 cells on Synaptic. It actually looks like Exotic is now going to choose to kind of push out, go and loot a little bit here, because they just found 3 bats just sitting in the middle of nowhere. So whatever I was just saying, Colin, about, you know, maybe loot being a problem and not having heals, well, you know, I take it all back. They're just finding heals everywhere for free.
Let's
Yeah.
explore over there.
Free indeed. Godfire now on screen, still alive. Just like I was saying with LFO, Godfire hasn't had the best games 1 and 2. Now, I think, you know, the one really problem for them in game 1 was that they were rotating a little bit too late to the end game circle. They got caught in the rotation and punished by a Valkyrie Q. So I like that I'm seeing the use of Bloodhound and this White Raven really move through Broken Moon and make sure that their path is set and cleared. So
That area.
Good this way.
for Godfire's sake, we're hoping to get a safe rotation into circle. For everybody else, you don't want to let Godfire get a safe rotation into circle.
Yeah, and I think the main thing here, at least, is again Godfire playing edge,
Let's go that way.
no Valk. So a very high likelihood that Godfire could get just kind of held out of zone again here, Colin. They need to be. I think if you're not gonna, you need to have a Valk on your team if you're gonna play edge, just so you have that get out of jail free card. If you don't have that Valk, it's very, very hard to not just win these edge fights, but win these edge fights and also get into these next circles. It's gonna be a tough rotation in again here.
Well, it looks like we just saw Wraith Portal looking to contest this building for Godfire. Now this is going to pop Blood Hunt. And yeah, you see the portal was actually trying to trap somebody and see if you can kidnap them. Didn't work. We've already seen that twice today, but both times it just doesn't work out into your favor. And now the full rotation around is they're surrounded on the inside of this building.
Here.
And this is not a good spot to be in if you're Godfire, because this building has so many lines of sight, so many areas you have to watch. I like the call to get onto the roof. This is going to make it a little easier.
Yeah, and just trying to stay alive here, but we kind of hop over into a different spot here, and it's Horus hunting down another team here. Looks like they just broke the shields of a Wraith, and they did get an initial knock. Correct me if I'm wrong. I feel like I saw an initial knock did come through here, and yes, they will hunt back. Maybe we can find out who it was. Oh, it was 2 knocks,
Ooh.
actually, right on top of each other. So it's just the Wraith to get away there. And it looks like Horus, full purple
Uh-oh.
shields, but a third party now coming into the fray.
Zero ultimate going to be dropped. It's not Horus. Wraith Portal is going to be utilized to get out. Love that call from Horus, but they're walking right into the solo. Sleep finds one. So Horus already down the Caustic. Now these 2 players trying to rotate out. The Crypto and the Valve just trying to hold their life. They are trapped right now between a rock and a hard place. And luckily for them, their Caustic does take that Wraith Portal, and it is going to be able to get them into a position where hopefully they can get that res off for their own sake. But this is the teeth that they're going against. Sleep, original one to find that knock on this Catalyst pick. You have King still, so off that drop towards Eternal Gardens, where they originally lose Jinx, Jesse, the Seer being a little bit too bold. This is as good a position that you could be in right now if you're fellas.
Yeah, I mean, at least you got Sleep back, right? So that's the one big thing. Jinx was 100% trying to just solo by themselves through a lot of that, and that's not the play. But at least you get Sleep. And Sleep, like you kind of called it before, playing that Catalyst. They're in a building where there's actually only 2 entry points as well into the building. So big plays that you can have here from a Catalyst is the fact that you can just keep walling off these doors, keep players from being able to push here into you. And actually it looks like they do want to try to get aggressive. They hear a fight going on behind them. They'll crack flesh onto the Crypto here, but choose just to, you know, get a crack push back, play their lives. They just want to play smart here. It's hard in a 2v3 situation.
It is. Initial damage, not going to be able to find a knock there, so no eliminations from Fellows just yet. Arcstar in through the doors. Nice shots to break the armor of the Valk. Catalyst going to reinforce. See if they can take control. Arcstar is going to break it, but a player escapes through the window for now. Back in he goes. The Valk tucked in a corner, breaks it down in the knock. The second one with the EVA 8 can't chick down in time, and it's going to be Fellas eliminated with the third party from behind. And Horus in a tough spot as well. One player left standing. It's going to be under CL in this crypto, trying to get this bat off, see if you can stay alive. Peeks up with the purple armor, but it's a 2 versus 1. F7 clan gets the finish onto not one, but two teams there.
So much loot now coming in for F7, but it sounds like another team might be coming into the fight again. Colin, this is what we talked about with this map, with Broken Moon. There is just so many opportunities to get around the map quickly that if you hear a fight going down, you are full pushing towards that fight. And it actually looks like it may have been Kick that was that team that was starting to make their way in, because if you can see F7, they did just take that Wraith portal, they got out, and it is Kick who is reaping all the rewards of all the loot that was inside of that building there.
Look, shoulder to shoulder with the original team that really put Kings in the situation of needing to just stay alive with that one banner. You look at these last final teams, and this is the danger zone, because the one thing about Broken Moon and why it's so third-party central is there's not a lot of cover when you get into this end game, and having high ground is going to be so important, especially for the that last circle that we saw where Synaptic and LFO were, and right now for Godfire in this rotation, they're in a good spot to do some damage and jump on the scene, which it looks like they want to do off the back of this bang smoke. Flatline in the hand of Infevel. A car in the back pocket. Damage is good for the down. Onto the first one. Shots behind the shield. The knockdown shield is at least giving a little bit of cover for their teammate to bat back up. But Godfire just looking to turn this match around and rise this leaderboard. And Infevel's going to get the finish onto that player.
And this is where we've seen Godfire kind of at their best here so far today, is when they're playing aggressive, when they're pushing up and taking the fights at their own pacing. This is when we've seen them at their best through a lot of the games here today. And I think they realize, hey, we got a team on the outside here. Beams coming in from Infevel. And oh my God, it gets that player one shot, drops them down. And they'll be able to at least eliminate one there. Can't finish off the rest of the players. Maybe they may have been able to get around the fight, around the left side of that rock there to just get away. And now Godfire, I mean, hey, we were talking about it. It looked like they weren't in a great position to be able to get him. But you know what? They are playing Edge of Zone well here inside of this game. Maybe I might have been wrong on that Valk call, because they're clearly finding some success here now.
It's Beam City right now. Population in FFL. As the Bangs wanted to close the gap now with the smoke. Hops into the death box. See what you're going to get from that loot. Worst is watching right over. Enigma eliminated again in the end circle. This time 8th place, Jesse. So it seems like as the day goes on, their placement just gets worse and worse from that game 1 finish that they had in 3rd. 2nd place in game 2. And now 8th place in game number 3. Both Kick and Godfire still alive in this end circle, Jesse. This one's going to be fun.
Yeah, I was about to say, I believe it was Kick actually that found that last kill there onto LFO Enigma as well inside of that situation. But yeah, you're right. Godfire alive, Kick alive. LFO also, you know what, another team that we do need to keep our eyes on, because they are up in that powerful position, up at the top of Broken Moon and inside of this building here. It's going to be very, very tough to push into this production yard with the height that you have inside of the building, inside of the main building here. You can see a lot of small corridors, but if you can hold height here, it's very, very tough to break the height.
I'm pretty sure, you thinking back to the leaderboards, Jesse, 1st place isn't that high. So the fact that most of our 1st, 2nd, 3rd teams is already out in the end circle, this is a very good chance to make game number 4 a toss-up for a lot of teams. LFO on the Resurgence, Kick on the Resurgence, Godfire as well. And Risen Rose, a team we've definitely not seen a lot of. Flux, originally, you know, that team that we saw in Checkpoint and Northpad in game number 2. They didn't get a good finish, and now 7th squads left for this. They're at least going to get placement points here in game 3.
I need to just try to stay alive right now, right? Just trying to get as many points as possible here inside of this. And now also, once again, in another fight here. I'd be very surprised to see these guys not in a fight right now with the way that Godfire is playing. They're just taking every chance they can to get into fights, to push what they want to push when they want to push it. And ooh, Catalyst's going to take a decent amount of damage. You need to get that spat off here if you're worse, just to get back to full health. You don't want to be taking a fight when you're not in a good spot. And oh, that was a great play there from Trevstacks. And they get a flesh crack there. And it looks like first knock will come through, second knock as well. And it's just one player left here now for the likes of Godfire. They will drop as well as Nellis goes down, and Godfire completely eliminated here. Again, you know, just not playing end game. They're playing a lot of edge, and this is the risk you take when you play edge fights, Colin, and you fall again here.
Well, the fun's just getting started, Jesse. The fight is still going on in production yard. Just LFO trying to hold on to this high ground as best as they can. You see Synaptic with the true high ground. Everybody else just looking over the edge to see if they can, you know, poke away. Risen Rose and Strife getting at it, and Risen Rose is tearing up the feed. Prowler not gonna be good enough for Strife. They get eliminated, and Spacewalk, they are now in the mix.
Yeah, and Risen Rose very weak here. They need to try to find a way to get
Arcstar
back to full health. Arcstar's coming through like you called, Colin, and yeah, they're gonna lose out on their first player here in that RR still alive. You got Flux barely alive here, and it's Spacewalk, I believe, is the team that is actually pushing in on them as well to try to get into the fray here, to try to shut them down. But it looks like they are just going to choose now to back up after getting that initial knock, you know, just get their health back up, you know, grab a few more resources here, because you definitely have heard of them here if you are Spacewalk, and now just try to find your way to fight in through this building. Not going to be an easy task, though, as you can already see players lining them up with shots.
Like, this is anything but a Spacewalk right now. I mean, maybe Spacewalks are very nerve-wracking, and nowhere is safe. The Matt Maggie poking a little bit at the Evo shield of Ultra. Khan's going to look to rotate out, make way, find a path of right for this team. F7 to be now poking away at Risen Rose, as Flux is going to be the first to drop for that one. Nice shots there with the flatline. Hipfire is good enough to break that Evo shield. Flux goes down. The PK now chipping away at this purple Evo. No, Ultra loses ammo and it bites him in the behind. F7 doing the most they can to win this game. Kick still in it as well. Weak, the last alive for his team. Shield swap to the red. Still alive with the rest. Both players looking to get rezzed. 3 squads left, 9 players.
It's got to be LFO up top still, right?
Has to be.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. So I think Kick trying to clean up the fight here, and LFO still has to be the team up top here, just trying to stay alive. Staleezy being very annoying, finding the kills, finding the success here with the car in hand. And they know, hey, we've still only got 1 player left in here. They do need to find a way to clean this up, but he's just leaving it up to his 2 teammates to stay alive. They have faith in Staleezy to be able to just close out the 1v1
I love
here.
this call.
In this situation, Staleezy, he's realizing, hey, you know what? These extra points that we can get for placement versus that one final kill might not be as worth it here. So they're going to give it up. Everybody's going to start to make the rotation over here now as well. And LFO also not in a great spot, because finally they're going to get pushed off the high ground here.
I mean, 12 points compared to 1 measly kill on the inside. Staleezy, he knows which one's going to be the better at that LFO. They recognize too. They need to get off that roof ASAP. But on the inside of that, last player for F7. How much can you do against these 2 players? Well, right away, the Seer Ultimate's going to be broken down. Q from Staleezy, hoping to weed out these players from LFO into the open arms of these rifles. Nice shots with the R301 there. Down onto the first player. LFO now down a player. F7 eliminated. 2 squads left at 3 versus 3, and here they come. Kick looking for the win. Prowler in hand, the champions of game 3.
Great play there at the end of the game. If you're Kick Esports, you fly your way in. You got the Bang Smoke to lead the way. Everybody's got Digi threats on hand. It works out so well. You've got a Bloodhound as well. And finally, Kick Esports going to walk away with a game victory call, and that should solidify them. You would at least expect now inside of the top 3, maybe even top 4, with a victory on hand to give themselves a good shot here. And honestly, maybe even first place with the domination that we saw there in that game in terms of a lot of kills, a very good placement points. And also you got to think with that, I can't remember off the top of my head who it was. I believe if I refresh here, I can probably pull it back up and take a look here on who it was inside of Group A that had it was Shobinos, who actually dropped early again inside of that game number 3. So they might end up dropping down the leaderboard now. I can't see them sitting in first place with only being 6 points ahead of who was in third at that going into this game.
Oh, a poor game 2, a poor game 3. I can imagine we're about to get a jump in the leaderboard here for going into game 4, and that makes things so interesting, Jesse. We said Group C, possibly the most contested top side of the leaderboard that we had, and Group A might be taking the mantle now going into the later end of Broken Moon. I cannot wait to see what this leaderboard is going to look like. I mean, we talked at the top of the show about Kick and Godfire and how much we expect from this team, and that is the Kick and Godfire that I was expecting, Jesse, when we were looking at this group, and we really got a fun map 1 for Broken Moon. Something that, you know, I wasn't really expecting was how many teams were still alive towards that end game circle, but it really led to a couple of good fights in Production Yard.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like every time we had a fight on the map, though, it was a fight that lasted 5 minutes because there was just a constant another team to come in, another team to come in.
Yeah.
Kind of showing you it's risky to fight on this map. I think that maybe might be why you seen as that game started to tail off, less and less teams taking those fights on the edge so that it kind of slowed the pace of the game down. Maybe why we had 7 teams left there in that second last circle, but those 7 teams, they fell very, very quickly down to just 3 as soon as that final circle was getting ready to close there. And yeah, Kick absolutely played the positioning to perfection there. No, they didn't have the roof like LFO, but they didn't need it. They knew LFO eventually at some point was going to get pushed off that roof. They can't play the high ground forever, and as soon as they drop down, Kick takes full advantage and closes the game out.
Well, we're just kind of tallying up the end of Group A, but you know, Jesse, I mean, I need to ask you, you know, first look at Broken Moon in a competitive setting. Thoughts?
My thoughts are chaos. That's what that looked like there through a lot of the game. I think I can see, you know, why ALGS hasn't really adapted it in yet. It is very, very fast paced. I think for something like the Apex monthlies here, or something where it's more of like a party tournament in a way where teams are really you're not playing like ALGS like match point format, right? You're playing more of just kill races. I think that a map like this could be fun for that. Maybe not for the ALGS yet, until maybe some maybe adjustments come into the map. So the zip lines are a big thing, right? Like just being able to zoom around the map that quickly, it takes away some of the ability inside of the game of you having to use certain characters. So it's interesting to say the least, right, on what we'll end up seeing here from this map. But I mean, I had fun casting over it for the first time. So
As did I. I am looking forward to getting this last map of Broken Moon inside of game number 4. But let's take a look at the leaderboard after game 3 for Group A, just to see where everybody's shaping up going into the last final qualifier for that final group to play for that prize pool. And Shalpino still in first place. So game number 1 and 2, I guess it gave them enough to hold that. Enigma, not a good game number 3 there. We were saying that a 8th place finish is not what you want to see. 29 points now. I think they only got 1 point, and it was a placement point from that last game. Fellas, 3rd place still, but Kick, they jumped to 4th place. That's the big difference maker right there.
Wow, very tight between these teams here. And that's just from Kick not having a great first 2 games, but that 4th game, really, really good. Godfire as well, still on the outside looking into that top 7, right? And that's kind of where we were saying is the sweet spot. You want to be inside top 5, if not top 5, at least in that 6 to 7 range to have a shot at being able to make it into the finals still here. If you're Godfire, if you're Risen Rose, need to find a way to fight your way into that. The other team I'm kind of surprised is Strife had such a good start to our tournament life here today. With a team of 2, finished 2nd place in game 1, I've yet to see them pop off with their full team of 3 in games 2 and 3 here so far. So we need to see a better game from those guys as well.
We're going to have to wait to see, folks. You know the drill. We're going to take a little bit of a break. We're getting set up for game number 4. Go grab yourself some snacks, maybe hydrate a little bit. We'll be right back with some more Apex Monthly. Welcome back, everybody, to the Community Gaming Apex Monthly here in February. By the way, Jesse, I mean, we are, just getting done with Valentine's Day. I could say, maybe there's a little bit of love on the desk between you and I. There's no love right now in these games between these players. Let me tell you that it is a bloodbath, to say the least, between them after our 3 matches. Shelbin knows dub in game number 1 somehow as held that first place spot for them in 33 points, but we have 7 teams inside of 20 points, and only 5 of them can secure that 5th place spot, or that 5 to first place spot for that final game, final group that we're going to be looking at after this map.
Yeah, absolutely, right? You've got those 5 teams that are still kind of within that spot where you're in a region where you can still qualify for that first game. It'll be interesting, though, to see who kind of all makes it through here for Group A. You got a few teams that are just on the outside looking in. Everybody kind of, it was within 5th to like 11th was within at least fighting distance.
I would
win
say
the game,
so,
you're
yeah.
probably going to make your way in towards that top 5 and give yourselves a shot to make it into this game here. So we'll just have to keep our eyes on everybody. But it was nice. We finally saw a kick pop off. It took us going all the way to a brand new map. But the boys from LATAM pop off. They find a way to get a victory here. And that's who we're kicking it off with early here inside of this game number 2. Oh, and the thing I am excited, though, to see here between all these teams is I just want to get back over to Eternal Gardens, because that is where all the fights were early on in game number 1 here.
Yeah,
in
I mean,
Broken Moon.
the LATAM legends right now with Kick. I mean, we get to see them firsthand here in a community tournament. I love to see LATAM representation in esports. I mean, I think that across multiple different esports titles, this is a very underrepresented region. And, you know, inside most esports, a lot of upsets come from a lot of LATAM teams. So I think that's why I always just find myself on the bandwagon of loving LATAM teams, Jesse.
Yeah, I mean, you love to cheer for them, right? It's just one of those things. And oh my God, a fight already going on. It's HYK early on
Wow,
here.
okay.
I mean, completely just destroy KZK out of the game.
Only one three-letter team.
We came in at the tail end of that fight, I guess. I'm not sure if that was just that quick of a finish there, but right center of the map, they find some kills very early on here, and we'll see if they get third-party quickly as well.
Only one three-letter team can play this game at the same time. Oh, nice shots there from Akimbo with the G7 Scout. Breaks the shield of Wraith, and it looks like Synaptic now on the hunt. Seer, are you going to get off that heartbeat? It looks like you're actually going to stop the bat. Not able to get the shots for the full knock, but LFO, a lot different than what we saw from games 1, 2, and 3. You know, game 1, 2, they get jumped on by Godfire. Game 3, they are on the hunt. I mean, they know they need to make a big turnaround here in game number 4, it looks like.
That was terrifying to cut back to. Let me just tell you, we cut back over to Akimbo's screen, and he
Caustic
is
sizing
finishing
you
a
up.
player with the caustic. Yeah, that is just absolutely terrifying. Never something you want to be on the tail end of, is just caustic sizing you up and just closing out the rest of your game there.
No way.
But now we can see everybody's starting to try to make their way into the circle, almost the exact same circle.
I think it might be the
that we
exact
had
same circle.
last game. Production yard is going to be very important, and I think we're already going to see LFO starting to make their way over.
Yeah,
Kimbo is just bullying people here with Caustic. And Colin, I know you're a fan of Stinky Boy himself, and so I'm sure you're loving this
I
gameplay.
literally have an alt account named Stinky Boy. I mean, no, I don't have an alt account named Stinky Boy. But hit him with the hammer. Knock him down. Just LFO, I mean, a team that it needs every point going into this map number 4. And if I'm not mistaken, Jesse, I think that was LFO Enigma that they were contesting there. So Nan, now you look at that. Yeah, Nan, the only person left. That was the Wraith that originally got broken by that G7 Scout from Akimbo, and he's looking to get back in there, see if he can, you know, recover some of those banners.
I think Jinx might actually be the only player left from their team as well. I just saw Jinx running around middle map by themselves. I can't remember the team name off the top of my head that Jinx was on either, but yeah, not the best start in the world for those two teams. Maybe you hope that you can get a banner or two, maybe get one of your players back in this situation here, but yeah, definitely not something that you want to be able to see in that situation. Mad Maggie comes through, the buff to the Wrecking Ball being able to go so much further now, giving you that little bit of a speed burst. Only thing that sucks about the Wrecking Ball though is that as soon as you throw it down, everybody knows you're coming after it.
Yeah, I think that's just one thing for the Assault class that's really been showcased. The Assault and Skirmisher class both. You just a lot of these ultimates, you know, the distance just providing more mobility for these teams is making it a lot more fun to see. You know, I guess the rotations from teams, the escape potential for them, or even just the ability to for Wraith. We've already seen a couple players go for kidnapping, so it's just adding a lot more dynamic to these characters that we were saying, you know, when these classes were introduced for Apex Legends. It's so much to look out for, so much to break down. It's just so much to look forward to.
Hey, Colin, all I'm saying, man, is all I hope with this Wraith buff is that one day I get to see proper casts back in a Wraith with me, and I get my hard carry back in Apex. That's all I'm saying.
The day that happens. I cannot. I'll be there. I'll be there waiting to watch. And HYK in a little bit of a scuffle. Zeko in a 1v1. Mad Maggie on the other side of this rock. Arcstar, look to see if you can funnel them in through the choke. The original damage, will it be there? Hops onto the speed boost. See if you just play around this. You know that you have the advantage for maybe finding a res here, but you're not going to be able to. The full down there from Dark Zera. HYK not able to get that player just back up, so Zeko has to take this fight against the Mad Maggie around the back with the car in hand. Shots a little bit windy, and you're going to go down. HYK eliminated.
Oh, no. Full advantage in that situation, too. Full health, full shield. Dark Zera just got a bat off.
Yeah.
But was still just half HP, but not enough there in that situation. And Strife, I mean, living on the edge column. Let's not forget, these guys were in a position where it looked like they were still on the outside looking in.
Yeah,
in terms
14
of trying
points.
to find their way in. So that gunfight from Dark Zera, not just, winning the fight there, but possibly saving their tournament on the line as well.
Oh, no.
They got the
They got the bat off. They got the med kit or the full Phoenix kit there. So yeah, Strife. I mean, that is a difference maker to say the least for this team to stay alive in game number 4. Let's snap over to LFO though, as they're still in the action. I love that wingman shot from Exotic Fantasy. Tries to go in for seconds, has an armor swap on the care package. Big play right there for the Wraith to get back into the action as fast as possible. F7 clan going to be the one to contest them. The shield broken on the Wraith. Regu watching over the rest of his team. It looks like Exotic Fantasy just had to get out of dodge and stay
a
alive.
little
Bat
bit of a heat
up.
check there, I think.
Oh, and you can't even bat. You're going to have to go for the shield swap, so it's not done just yet. The res comes through for F7 clan, and now they can just swarm the lonesome Wraith trying to escape with a Prowler and a light armor right now. Just graze on the Evo, and Regu, with the help of teammates, is going to eliminate LFO.
That's not good. That is not good for LFO to go out this early inside of the game. They weren't in it like a solidified top 3 spot. I mean, if anything, they were in a spot where they needed to have another good game here to give themselves a chance to be able to make their way in, but not able to find it there. And F7 clan trying to do their everything right now to play spoiler in this lobby to anybody that they can play spoiler to at the moment here. And also, Colin, I don't know if you've seen it or not. He's running around without that, one with the new heirloom, right? I guess, old heirloom, new animations on the Wraith heirloom. But please reload your R301. That's all I ask.
Hey, 12 shots, no problem. LFO, though, unfortunately, Jesse, I think that's the last we're going to be seeing of them today. 9th place going into this. I don't think that anything that we saw from LFO was enough to really, I guess, climb that leaderboard compared to the fact that you still have, HYK was eliminated in that 6th place spot, so maybe potential for them to climb up there, but Kick was the team in 7th place, so you still have to worry about them as the ones to take HYK's spot. A lot right now going on throughout this game 4, and we were talking about how close contested it could be. It's just getting closer and closer, Jesse, after these games.
At least all these teams got practice, right? Last game, with everybody having to rotate over from the east side of the map over to the west and get into the production yard. But now everybody having to do it here all one more time. And there are still, Colin, if you look at this map, only half the teams right now inside of the zone. It looks like 5 teams set up in different POIs at the moment. Few at South Promenade, few in production yard. A couple teams, it looks like it's a Kick actually up in Dry Gulch again. And let's not forget, Kick in the last game from this same positioning up at Dry Gulch, worked their way down, had the powerful position that as soon as the team got knocked off of production yard, they were able to clean up that team and win the game out there in a very similar position here again. They were like, hey, we did it once. We can absolutely do this all over again. This next game.
It's the rotation from Dry Gulch, which just helps you out even more. The geography of the rocks in that air scenario gives you probably the most cover for rotation out of all the rotations into this final circle. So I think, you've just studied up. If you're Kick right now, you know how to work this map, obviously. I mean, you haven't played it yet in a competitive setting, but, all teams, they want to be prepared for the scenario to know just, how to work this endgame circle. And a team that we haven't looked at a lot in this picture-in-picture, Revival Games. Haven't been too successful. Haven't seen them really climb the leaderboard too much, but they're in a little bit of a fight going on, so not too sure who they're playing. We got Kick on screen in a fight of their own, so 2 versus 1. They're going to eliminate Fellas. Bang Glorioso going to get that final onto Jinx that you said was kind of trapped alone early on in this one. Let's hop over to Revival Games, get a full view of this fight they're in.
Yeah, I'm not sure who Revival's going up against here in the fight, but
There's a Mad Maggie.
some good shots downrange. It looks like, unfortunately, the Bangalore will fall here in the fight. It's going to be all up to Miles and all up to Prophet here to try to stay alive here for Revival Games. Cells will come through, Bats will come through to try to get everybody back here to full health, but yeah, this could be a very tough spot for them to be in here. And it actually looks like Miles on the door, just trying to stay alive. Might need Prophet to shoot this player in the back if they want any chance. It actually looks like the Wrecking Ball will come through to find some early damage here, but it's not going to be enough. Stripe also going down in the feed, and you are in a very tough spot here. Finally, Revival Games will drop, and it was actually Shelbanos finally having some resurgence after game one and their domination we saw there.
And still in first place, Chu Jesse. This alone, I mean, 8th place finish right now. You can imagine that they're looking for more. This could be Shelbano solidifying their first place spot on that leaderboard going into the final 4 games. Gonna have to wait to see how they match up going into the end game now. We are looking at placements from here on out.
Yeah, placement's probably going to be the biggest X factor, right, on who's going to end up walking away with first place in the division here. But let's not forget, it honestly doesn't really matter in these qualification games either, like where you're finishing. It's more so once
just
you
getting
get
there.
It's just getting there, right? You get there and you're in a fantastic spot. Also, another Kraber in the lobby here, and it looks like the Crypto going to be using that to full advantage. We'll get the first. Going to drop an EMP, and we'll cancel the res, I believe, as well from that. And now having to throw grenades, going to push behind it. They can see fully what is going on here, and they're going to try to close out this fight here. But
yeah,
of course, maybe not trying to give up the positioning, though, because Zone has pulled away from the side of production yard a little bit here on the side of this game.
It's a good spot for Horus. I mean, talk about, you know, the bridesmaid, but never the bride for this squad. I mean, it is real dark horse going into the last game 4. Still in contention for that top 5 spot, but just quietly making their way in here. You don't normally see Horus in the, you know, the final 3 players, the final 3 teams, nor so like even the final 2 oftentimes. But
Let's reposition here.
right now, I mean, good game here. Make it to game 4. I mean, like you said, Jesse, that's all you need to do. And you have the Kraber in hand of under as well. We saw them in a similar position to this last game, but they weren't able to get past kick. That was their one struggle, was getting past kick.
Yeah, that might end up being the struggle again here. But now this time, though, for kick, as the zone has pulled more towards Horus this time. And the big thing with at least having zone right now, if you're Horus, is you can play one of these buildings, but you got a caustic. That is going to be so annoying for any of these teams to try to push into. You get into there, it stuns you up a little bit, throws your shot off a little bit there. Hate running into a caustic team when they've got a building fully gassed up and ready to go as soon as you walk into it. So that little building on the right there, you can see it's actually exactly what Godfire has pinged on the map at the moment. That's the building that you see Horus played in, and it's going to be very tough if any team wants to try to take that power position away from them.
That's what I am, Jesse, when I load into Apex Legends later. Fully gassed up and ready to go after watching these games. Let me tell you, Godfire's still alive too. Haven't really talked about them too much this game, but they've made it into the top 6. I mean, they still fighting, Jesse, for that top 5 spot as well. They're not solidified into the last group, the final games of the day. But this could be that turnaround. And Under again's going to land a shot with that Kraber. Not sure who this is. Kill leader in the lobby, but they want to get into the deep end right now. They're going to dive right into a Mad Maggie. The Wrecking Ball's going to stun him up. He needs help. And here comes the help. Back, puck is going to go down. Horizon to launch up into the air. This is RR to go up against them. And this is trouble for Horus. They left their safe haven, and it's going to punish them.
Oh, full shield swap, though. At least if you're pewed here, you can maybe try to get the last kill, but no, the third party will come through. Horus finds the kills here.
Risen
and it's just
Rose.
CCAM left. CCAM will get the revive off at least on one player here. No, the revive not going to come through. Another team pushing in from the front. It was Kick who comes through again for the third party here. And Kick, they're just taking their fights at the perfect time right now, calling it. Oh my God. Vangloricio is running a charge rifle and a nemesis.
Wow,
Would you
okay.
get more toxic?
I was gonna say, how toxic is that? And that not only was that cake shooting at you, but Godfire was picking away at that too. I saw Godfire a couple kills in that fight. So both teams that we highlighted going into today reaping the benefits of poor positioning out of Horus. I mean, there was no reason to fight that. And, you know, maybe you get the knock on or the break into the shield with that Kraber, but he walked right into a Horizon ult and a Mad Maggie ult. I mean, talk about a rude awakening, Jesse.
Yeah,
Here
that
we go.
wrecking ball walking around the corner and just smacking you in the face. I can't imagine that ever being a good feeling.
No.
And it definitely didn't look like it there in that situation. But yeah, down to our final 4 teams now. All teams at full strength at the moment. Let's just get the lay of the land a little bit here. You got F7 who are just beaming right now down long range. A nice little shield crack there on Shelby. But Shelbaninos trying to just stay alive at the moment. They're on edge. They've got some cover, so definitely don't need to fight it and fly their way out right now. It actually looks like F7 might try to get a little bit aggressive on this, though. They're just looking for angles and trying to pick these players off piece by piece.
We're in the end game, Jesse. Final circle. Weak goes down. Kraber from downtown. Clone Zera. Gonna make sure that F7 are fighting from the back foot. You lose out onto your teammate as well. So Raikou all alone. You can see Shalbinos and Kick just reaping the rewards again of a team just in a tough scenario. Stalwarsy trying to get back to the team as Kick under fire from Godfire has to resupply and replenish their Evas and the Valk. Let's see where they're going.
Stolezi gets a Valk off. Last circle with 3 teams left. I'm getting shades of TSM's victory here in the grand finals of ALGS London.
Oh, they
Gonna
want
push
this.
through, get a powerful position here.
Clone?
Kraber comes out. Clone Zera can't find the kill with it. But still, this positioning, Colin, is going to be tough to beat if they can stabilize here. And they just got another Rolling Thunder activated on their Bangalore.
Yeah, let's get this going right now. 3 teams. Last game, Jesse. Broken Moon. It's a party. Bang ult. Infavel. Trying to see if you can weed out these players from Kick. Clone Zera still with this Kraber. 3 shots. I mean, that's 3 kills waiting to happen. A couple damage there onto the players of Godfire. They still don't want to tango. They're going to back off and just see if they can hold this circle into the center. They know they want to have this better position. You can see the Valkyrie to get behind them. They're going to jump right onto this. They're going to try to ape this, but look at this. A Sentinel worst from behind. A couple shots into the armor, and they break the Bloodhound Eva.
This is a game that you need if you're Godfire. Let's not forget, they were on the outside looking in, coming into this fight here. A couple trades going down back and forth right now. It's Shelbinos versus Kick, fighting in the feet. It's Godfire trying to third party to close this game out here. You got the stuff in hand that you need, and Godfire, I mean, just perfectly times that. 2 teams, Valkyrie pretty much right on top of each other, and Godfire from the depths of elimination, Colin, it wasn't looking good, but a victory here should surely solidify them inside of the top 5, give them a shot at that grand finals.
I'm better late than never, Jesse. It's all I can say right now from Godfire. In that last map, you know, both teams, Godfire and Kick, were just picking the right battles at the right time, except for Kick at the end there. You leave Shelbinos unchecked. They hit the Valkyrie. You know you cannot lose that backside, so they have to contend for it. And as soon as that happens, I mean, that was Godfire's game to lose. You got some nice shots from the Sentinel as well from Worst, so that just makes it even easier for Infavel to finish off those early kills. I'm not sure how many kills they got in that last fight between the 3 teams, but it should be enough to go with the placing and match up into the top for that final 4 games. So we're going to wait a little bit, Jesse. You know, we're going to, tally up everything for Group A, but, B and C at the same time. And we should talk about these 2 because, I mean, Group B, this was the group that the top 2 teams had 40 points. I think it was 42 and 47 separating, first and second place after 2 games. I can only imagine what we're getting after 4 games for that one. And Group C was competitive, so we're going to have to wait to see what we get for that one. But 4 games up, 4 games down. We got through Storm Point. We got through Broken Moon, Jesse, and now we get to do it all over again.
Yeah, we're going to get to do it all over again. We go to the finals, and then the finals now is where placement really begins to matter, right? This is where
Yes.
you're not just trying to make it in towards that top 5 of your group to make it out of the group. Now you're really trying to solidify yourselves with a solid shot at being able to walk away with some of the money here. First, second, and third, really your high money placing spots. So that's where you're really looking to finish here. But I'm very happy with what I saw towards the end of those games that we saw in Broken Moon. You saw a lot of dominance coming out from Kick, Godfire in kind of the skirmish as well towards the end of those games. Two teams that we were highlighting that had slow starts to the day, starting to heat up as the day goes along further and further. So hopefully as we get into the finals, we see those teams kind of popping off even more.
It's a scary sight for anybody who's looking to take a dub today in this Apex Monthly. Let's take a look at our groups, Jesse. Let's see who we got. Moving on. Group A is what we're going to be looking at first as well. So we look at that. Shelbinos, I expected them to still be at the top after making it into the top 3. And they are, but last 3 teams in game number 4 are going to be our top 3 teams at the end of 4 maps. F7 Clan, our 4th place team. LFO Enigma still sneaking their way into that 5th place spot. A team who didn't have a good Broken Moon, Jesse, at all. I think they got last place in game 4. They got 8th place in game 3, but they still managed to slip into that 5th place spot with the placings that they got on Storm Point.
And a few teams just on the outside looking in right now. Again, we know the top 5 will be guaranteed. Not exactly sure what we're doing in terms of filling those last final spots. So it's top 6 guaranteed. And then we'll figure out what we're doing with the last few places. So Risen Rose slips their way in. Fellas and Horus both at 29 points. If Horus gets one more point in that fight, they're in a spot now contested at least for that top. Very, very unfortunate there. But I mean, let's be honest. I think outside of the surprise that we saw from Shabinos inside of that game number 1 and even in that game 3 when they looked a lot better, this is probably what we expected our top 3 to look like with Kick and Godfire inside of it.
Yeah, I mean, Horus, you have to be thinking at that last fight too. I mean, you had a Kraber, Jesse. You had a Kraber, and you gave up that positioning for the building to chase a fight that you just get double ulted into the ground with Kick to clean up. Force feeding Godfire and Kick, by the way, into this top 3 placings. So let's take a look over at Group B. Enough with Group A, as that is solidified for our final group of the day, the top 6.
99 points from Nameless.
What is that? What did we miss over at B? I mean, this had to be just the most dominant group ever.
I don't think I've ever seen a top domination quite like this. And we did just get word from production, Colin. So it's the top 6 from Group A, what we just saw there. It's going to be the top 7 teams from Group B, and Group C will be the teams making it through here. So yes, Nameless qualifies and makes their way through. And the only thing I can say I feel bad for is Stony's going to have to go up against this team again here in their finals lobby.
Yeah, so going into this last group, Nameless, from what we were just told, 64 kills in that last lobby. Just to add on to the placement, I'm guessing that they got at the end there. So
they won 2 games as well. Yeah, just looking over it right now.
They just made slight work of Group B. So let's take a look at Group C and hope that we get something a little bit more competitive than a 99-point first place finish, Jesse. Okay, well, I mean, that is something of its own. Black Mold going to be there, 71 points in first place. No Name, 52 points. And then you look down the line, we got Leave No Witnesses, Weber's, Vermouth is going to make it into that final. Rollers MX will make it into the final group as well. And Turek going to be that last place team going into that final group from Group C.
Little Pog Champs, we got the update after 2 games. They're at 11 points.
Oh.
Broken Moon was not for the Little Pog Champs.
Nope.
Production, what did we say? We want the Little Pog Champs in the finals. Somebody's got to make it happen. Obviously, we were just kidding. We got to keep our competitive integrity up in our hands there. Unfortunately, Little Pog Champs not going to be qualifying there with only 13 points. But top 7 from this group, like you said, Colin, Black Mold with a very good game. Leave No Witnesses, G, who we often also expect to be able to make their way through, also in there. So the names that we expected to kind of make their way through have done so.
Yep.
The big surprise, though, is going to be Nameless. I mean, top 5 every single game. 2 wins, and what was it, 94 points they finished with, or was 99 points? Sorry, correction, 99 points they finished with inside of their group stage. Obviously, need to be our team that we need to be watching the most here going in towards our grand finals. And hey, like Colin said, we're gonna have to do it all over again. 4 more games up in the air, 2 Swarm Point, 2 on Broken Moon. It's gonna be a really, really good time.
Would rather do it with anybody else, Jesse, to go through these 4 maps. My biggest question with that nameless team is, what was the lobby like in that one? Because who knows what the competition in Group B is compared to Group C and Group A? Who knows what it's going to look like when they all come together in a final group? There's only one way to find out, folks, and it's to watch it all happen. So we're going to go to break. We're going to get these groups together. When we come back, the final maps of the Apex Monthly here for Community Gaming. You don't want to miss it. Apex Monthly, we are 4 games in, 4 games down from each group A, B, and C. That means top 6 from Group A, top 7 from Group B, and top 7 from Group C are now going to accumulate into one final group to our last 4 games of the day to crown a champion for February 2023 to see who our Apex Monthly Champion will be for Community Gaming. As always, for today, it's been myself, Seymour, alongside Cruisin', bringing you the action. And Jesse, we get to do this again like we said before the break. We got 2 Storm Points, 2 Broken Moons. Let's get it on.
Yeah, it's going to be really good, right? We got some fantastic teams coming into this one. You kind of highlighted on it. Obviously, we had that team in Group B that kind of just rolled their whole entire group nameless. Will be exciting to see what they do heading into this grand finals. But 99 points in 4 qualification matches and 2 wins. Those are some pretty ridiculous numbers. If it was match point format, they would have had it closed out in 3 games there. So it's not something you see every day. It would be something to see if they can kind of close things out here. And if you're wondering, no, we're not going to match point format now going into the finals here. It is still just 4 games in the finals, 2 games on Storm Point. Then we head back over to Broken Moon for our final 2 games. You know, a little shakeup for the month of February. We're not doing the whole World's Edge finals. We're doing it on the likes of Broken Moon to finish things out here. But hey, I think the one thing, Colin, if we're bringing A storylines over from Group A into the grand finals here, because obviously we only stuck on with Group A, is that if we want to see the teams of Kick and Godfire kind of popping off a little bit better here, we need to see better performances out of these 2 teams coming into this map here. This Storm Point map is where we saw them struggle in games 1 and 2 of our Group A lobby. They need to be playing better here because, I mean, their Broken Moon game looks on point right now for both those teams.
It really, really does, Jesse. But let's get into it. Game number 1 of our last group today for the monthlies, folks. $1,000 on the line, broken down
So
into
many
top
raids.
8. Hey, I was going to say it if you did it. I mean, we got Raid Central right now going on. And I know, Jesse, you're just kind of shaking in your little chair right now from excitement.
In my little chair, exactly. Couldn't have said it better myself.
It's a big boy chair. I'm sorry.
No, it's my little chair. No, I mean, I absolutely am. I mean, it's very, very exciting to see these teams kind of getting to pick back onto Wraith. And is this 3 teams flying over towards the fish farm side of the map, or is this just a mirage coming through? I don't know, but you know what? We're about to find the answer here. Oh, it looks like there's actually a mirage ship there. One of the party boats on the outside. I didn't see that the first time we saw fish farms here today, but you know, these teams, they're going to start to get looted up. Everybody going to try to find their way through, and it looks like there could be a contest here over at Antenna as well, and actually a contest at the Mirage ship as well. So lots of fights going down early on in this game.
Oh, Newcastle going to go down low alongside the Raid.
Nameless. 2 down.
Yeah, Nameless not having the start that they were thinking they were going to get. Now going into the final group, it's all up to GT right now with the EVA and the Nemesis. Can we see if the new gun can bail him out of this gunfight? Well, no. EVA shields right now. Going to have to look for a shield swap and get out of dodge. Back down into one of the huts. And have a little bit of cells to heal back up, but now you're losing out on the rest of your teammate, and Godfire is the team to contest with them over at that Mirage ship. So the party boat has been not so much a party for some of the top teams here, as Godfire are in a sticky situation alongside Nameless.
A party for us, though. Geez, we get a big fight right off
sure.
the rip of the game here.
Wow.
Godfire needs to try to stabilize. They should be able to get that banner up on the top of the party boat. They know that that they force the other player from the other team off the top.
Oh, Jesse.
Nameless here, but it actually looks like they might be just kind of getting out of the fight here.
Jesse, Nameless eliminated and Kick eliminated side by side.
Oh, what is going on here?
What?
This is just where things can get absolutely crazy inside of Apex Legends. And again, 2 teams that you expect to see towards the top out of the game right off the rip here.
I think, you know, at the start of Group A, we were a little bit in the unknown, but I feel like we went through some trials and tribulations with a lot of these teams. We really got to know them in Group A, but now we get to replace them with some new teams from Groups B and C, Jesse. We get to, I guess, learn some of these teams right from the start, but here we're looking at Roller MX, another team we highlighted today, you know, past winners in the Apex Monthlies. Shalpino's first place team from Group A. Another team we need to highlight, a team who, against all, I would say, 2 poor performances, still climbing the ranks to that first place spot in Group A. So, you know, I think you can never count out Shalpinos from the top spot.
Yeah, I was gonna say, let's not forget that they also had a dominant map number one as well for themselves on Storm Point the last time we saw Shelbonos as well on this map. Not the best game number two, like you said, or game number three, but their game number one, I mean, it was one of the better ones that we've seen in the lobby. I think it was like what, a 34-point game, something like that. Really, really crazy stuff out of here. And oh my god, Nellis gonna just play hide and seek with a trident flying by, stays alive, doesn't get picked up on any scans, anything like that. Scan meta has kind of gone a little bit away, not really as big as it once was, but now finally Nellis getting kind of pointed out here. Has 27 seconds now, Beast of the Hunt, to try to run as far away as possible. Not even going to go for the second banner here as well. And now it's just going to be all up to Nellis to try to place some points here, some placement for
the
Godfire.
Trident.
The Trident will push their way in. Brick shields on all three of them with the Trident there, with their Arc Star thrown onto it. But I mean, as long as they can get a heal off here, everything should be able to stabilize here for No Name.
No Name coming out of Group B from the second place spot. Now, I guess, against the odds of Nameless and Godfire both contesting fish farms, they walk away on top. That is a very good place to be right now if you are No Name looking for a strong start to game number one in the finals. Up over to NorCal, though, as they're in a little bit of trouble. Nemesis going to get rid of the Seer ult. Into the deep end is going to be the rest of the team for NorCal. Frogs goes down. Azazel to follow. Thesar's got to go big for the rest of them with a car and a Nemesis. Not a lot of ammo in the car, but he's going to at least put some good damage down onto the first one. The break onto the armor of that first Valk. And bait and switch is strong for Stony. Last place team in the B group takes down NorCal there.
Colin, Circle 1 has not even closed yet, and we have lost 6 teams already. We are down to 42 players of the 60 that we had at one point started with. Craziness, to say the least, starting off this map here. And let's not forget, one of these 14 teams is also a solo still as well here. So definitely need to find a way, if you're these teams, to maybe slow down the pace of play a little bit here. Nobody kind of, unless you're Frying, of course, and you're one of those teams that's just walking away with all the KP, then you know what, you keep this pace up, you keep doing what you need to do here inside of the lobby. Some choke shots though from Z-Rut there, unfortunate to say the least. And now TKC trying to stay alive here in stability, trying their hardest to just kind of maybe get a few cells off here to get back into the fight in a second, and actually might just be leaving his two teammates in the dust, maybe just try to get away here, play their life, and get some placement at this point.
Yeah, we got HYK, we got KZK, now we got PKC. Love 3-letter names. SAF Esports going to be in a fight of their own. They're going to drop the Catalyst ult, the nade, to see if they can back up this team. Vermouth that's looking to contest them. But around the backside, we're looking at the Bloodhound to get some good shots down onto the first. Backs out. Better positioning, but it's not good enough. SAF looking to turn things around now with the rest of the teammates coming back into the gunfights. Vermouth still dealing a lot of damage to back off those SAF players. And it looks like they're going to be able to finish off a couple of these SAF players and get an advantage into this fight. Shield swap onto Mr. Hundur. Where's the rest of the team for SAF?
They haven't had to pull anything really out yet crazy. It looks like Vermouth now actually going to try to get
They're on the roof.
Try to get the res off here. And yeah, SAF has definitely not gone anywhere. They're still here. Truman goes down. SAF looking for the final couple shots. They backed up just long enough to make the push back in, and then they find the last couple of kills there. But still looks like they might be expecting one more player here by the way that they're acting. They're kind of not getting too aggressive on anything. Will go down and get the beacon at the very least. Oh, it's because there is still a player alive. They have not gotten the team wipe yet. So not sure who's a res and who's gotten back up. But it looks like they finally may have found the last final player. As you can see, Lackey is getting shot in the back.
There's a big turnaround for SAF Esports, who we're in a 2 versus 3 at one point. Now a 2 versus 1. Truman's going to get full thirsted. SAF, they picked up the player banner too. It looks like Valcult from Lackey. They're just going to look to bring their player back into the fray.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. You can see Light is going to be rotating on foot. You got Lackey rotating in the air. You're gonna regroup
call.
up at the Moby respawn. Well, not a Moby, but at the respawn beacon to get their player back here inside of the game, and that's gonna be Blasts coming back in SAF Esports. I mean, and it's what you need to do, right? You can't win games 2v3 and towards the end, so it's nice to get that banner. They can get their player back in, back to full health, maybe even find some guns here. And it looks like that hold there hasn't been hit as well. So if they can get inside of that hold, definitely get some good kind of loot back into the hands. But it looks like Deus Ex Machine is actually pushing their way up in towards Mill right
Oh,
now. And they
no.
could be pushing up onto the team that we actually just saw in the fight as well.
Yeah, this is not good for the solo player at the end of all of that. I mean, to think that if you just were not overlooking these players, if you took that last fight against SAF properly and did not just go for the res, you could have been in a better situation. Vermouth now off of that one tiny misplay, Jesse, eliminated from game number 1. So we head back over to Stony. They're going to be sitting pretty, just looting up together into the gunfights. TKC, one side.
TKC got all their players back.
Yeah, TKC has every single player back, and they're looking to contest with Dome again.
What happened? I am mind blown right now. TKC, it was just Stability. It looked like Stability was running away to save their own life at one point. Must have wrapped back to Mill, gotten the player banners, maybe crafted a mobile respawn beacon as well. And now full purples. Everybody back. This is the redemption game now for TKC.
I mean, I feel like this is a redemption game for a lot of teams we did not have our eyes on for this final group. A lot of big names. A lot of big names, Jesse, have been knocked down so far in game number 1. So this is a chance to get off on the right foot if you're a team looking for an upset here in the grand finals. The Roller MX is going to be our next focus, as they're on the escape right now. They're going to drop the Catalyst ult, seeing if they can jump on this lonesome player, and they do. Great armor onto that first. Junaid's going to back off Adrencho for just right now. They go back to the high ground of this rock, but it's SAF Blast who just brought their third back, looking to turn this fight back around. 1 versus 3. SAF Esports, man, talk about resilient.
Yeah, it feels like everybody's on a redemption game right now, right? SAF also, like you said, with the respawn, trying to get back into it here. And also, you were talking about big teams falling. It looks like another one might just be about to hit the dust here as Rollers MX is scraping by the skin of their teeth right now, trying to stay alive, and very possibly may have just gotten away as the likes of SAF Esports get a little bit distracted there. They start to get towards the side here. And I mean, if you are the Valkyrie on Rollers MX, trying to find a way to get this banner and getting out is going to be very tough. At least you have the Val cult, if anything, but I think that this is going to be a very, very tough ask nonetheless for them.
It is a very tall glass of water to drink from right now. Valkol's just going to be pulled immediately. Shots with the Nemesis. Watch your head blasts. Shot from downtown out of nowhere, Jesse. Almost takes it down. That must have been a bow check or a Kraber or something. I did not hear exactly. You know what? That could have even been a triple check for all I was.
There's so many guns down that chunk. That could have been 2 bursts of the Nemesis as well.
For real. It could have been literally anything. I have no clue what they're getting shot at this point. But for SAF Blast, with how many times you've had to fight from your back foot, I feel like they want to take this a little bit easier than they have in the past, as a team below them actually forces the back of the circle here. They could use this high ground to their advantage.
Yeah, nice to fight on, the front foot for once here.
Yeah.
Here in this game, as it has been a little bit of a struggle throughout the early portions of it here. Catalyst going to throw down some of the goo over towards them. And yeah, this is a great zero ult from the defensive team. Deus Ex Machine sitting here inside and just try, play their lives. They put down the zero ult. It gives you good information on where anybody here is pushing through. But
oh no!
Oh, Leaky just barely stays alive there and should get this bat off as well. It's going to be full red shield Evo, completely back to full here.
And knock. What's going on in here? For now, Hall's barely keeping away from that thermite grenade. Healing back
this
up.
This is one of those buildings where you can shoot through
reses.
the top of the building as well and hit them as well. So they definitely got to kind of play
Jesse,
their angles on the inside here.
This is a 2 versus 1, actually. SAF Esports, I did not see, but Light and Lackey both go down. So Blast in the ring. This is very unfortunate for them. I feel like maybe overstepped a little bit too far into his. TKC is going to be the one to jump in there, take down the X Machine, reap the benefit of all 3 of those kills, by the way. So that's good points right there for TKC to continue to climb the ranks here in game number 1
Unreal.
when they were literally facing elimination with 1 player left.
Unreal. I mean, this is their game kind of to win right now. If they can find a way to get in towards this next zone into a dominant position with the amount of KP that they already have, could be in for a very big game number 1. At least 7 points of KP on stability alone here. 8 bats in the hand with the Nemesis R9 combo. And they do have a Valkyrie with kicks as well. They definitely could be in a very good position here towards this end game here. We'll see what they can do to kind of push their way through. Everybody's going to be trying to push up towards the Cenote Caves. That's where this final zone is pushing us into. And actually, they're not even getting contested at all right now. They might not even need to use a Valcult right now, Colin, to find a dominant position here inside of this next zone, as everybody is just pushing their way through. And yeah, they actually have a clear walk into Cenote Caves right now. The only player that might be able to annoy them is SAF Blast, but yeah, that'd be.
I mean, how much?
That would just be kind of plain suicide right there, though, if you're Blast.
Yeah, you just gotta play your cards right. If you're SAF Blast, look how many teams coexisting into Cenote Caves, trying to, grab holds of whatever positioning they can. You see a couple teams going to be in a little bit of a tussle, but everybody respecting the next. Shoulder to shoulder as another one's going to enter the mix. SAF Blast, you can see in a sticky situation, 1 versus 3. I can imagine that SAF Esports on the brink of being eliminated here in game number 1. It's just how much damage can you do? Nothing at all. So cleaned up. Now we're down to 8. Let's hop into the caves, Jesse. Let's see who is going to be able to rule Cenote at the end of game 1.
Yeah, at least if you're Blast there, you get a top 10, get some points on the board there, nonetheless. But you're right, Colin. Cenote Caves is where this finishes. You can see where this final circle is going. A few buildings in dominant positions here. This is also a good spot that you can see Black Mold is holding, choosing to play the low ground here. And I like this low ground play only because you have a Watson, right? They're being able to put the Watson fences up everywhere just to be annoying there. The only thing that can really just immediately counteract a Watson, though, is having a crypto. So if there's a crypto in the lobby, we need to keep our eye out for that, because it's just 1 EMP away from breaking their way straight through that web.
Rancho is going to be shot down by a triple take. So Roller MX eliminated. Down to 7. Seve Clan's going to be in a good spot. And I was going to say, Jesse, this end circle, actually, there is a lot of cover here to continue to hold out.
Tons.
There's no need to push into unfavorable spots, especially when the Watsons are creating a perimeter like this. But here is that crypto drone that you were saying. This could shake things up a lot. As you can see now, No Name entering into the building. See if they can set up shop of their own and coexist with the rest of these teams on the inside. That crypto drone, though, you have to watch out for this, like you said, Jesse.
And Colin, I know you were kind of talking, you might see teams slow down right now. The only thing that will stop these teams from slowing down is the fact that we're not in a placement lobby right now, right? This is a lobby where you need to get kills. Kills is what will give you points at the end of the day here. And every one of these teams knows that. So I'm not sure if we're going to get a slowdown. Are we seeing an Octane here? I haven't seen an Octane in competitive Apex in a very long time. I know we did see maybe one in ALGS London. We did see a Revtane a few times there, but even that, I think, got kind of pinched out by Sunday in ALGS London. So don't see Octane too often. Nice to see some love coming through for that player as well here. And now as we rotate over towards Cenote, TKC, Stability and Co. Again, just finding more and more damage, trying to find these picks on these players. Again, we got to keep touching on it. They were on the brink of elimination. Stability made a massive play to wrap back, get everybody's banner, and now they are triple red shielded up on a Friday afternoon, Colin, and feeling absolutely nice right now.
Let me tell you, the only thing going better with this one is a nice double and good Good old Tim Hortons donut to go with that. But right now, Jesse, I'm just thinking about food at the moment. Right now, we got to think about this end game circle. Watson fences go down, so suddenly this perimeter not as far forward as you would hope for. Satiability is going to drop that bang smoke. Nade, well placed there from Black Mold just to back up that team. Just kind of sizing each other up for right now. Prowler shot's good. Not going to crack that armor for the red. Look how small this circle's about to get.
Has a digi threat as well, so it's like you're not just going to have just an instant advantage here for stability and the rest of TKC because of that smoke going down and being able to play the digi, because you actually have Wi-Fi with the digi on the inside here as well. So if you try to make that push, this Prowler's going to eat you alive.
It's good info there from the Sierra. Still Wi-Fi with that digi threat. Just get some eyes on through that bang smoke. See if you can burn the resources of the teams around you as much as you can before taking this gunfight. Surprised we haven't seen a nade. There it is. First one just on the doorstep of Wi-Fi. Just shake it off, though.
I thought that smacked him right in the face.
I thought it smacked him.
Took no damage from that grenade.
Just takes it like a champ. Valk. Ooh, tough shots right there. But now we see the Wraith going to move. Port to push them deeper into the circle. See if you can get a better positioning around the edge. And you do. Percy going to go for the thirst. You get it done. Regu. That was a F7 clan getting the kill. And the finisher there, just going to give the shield swap for Percy now to have that positioning against the edge of the cave. Look at how much space now you have with your Black Mold.
Yeah, and the rest of the players here can also grab that, go through that Wraith portal and get back if they need to here to get back in towards a powerful position in this game. Also, if they need to, Percy can always rotate back over towards them.
Yep.
And here it comes. We'll get right back into the Wraith queue, get right across middle of the map here, and get right back in with the rest of their team here. And now they're going to push up. They're going to try to see if they can find this Bangalore here. They get a good chunk of damage here in from NNK, but unfortunately not able to find the knock. But TKC goes down, LFO Enigma goes down, and we are down to 5 squads.
And Black Mold really cementing themselves as a team to beat here inside of that final circle. Nice shots off screen. That's No Name getting into the fray. Astro in a tough spot. This high ground is going to be strong for No Name. I mean, this is a team that rotated late into the circle. It's an Octane team, by the way. So, I mean, they could get anywhere in no time if they wanted to, Jesse. But looks like there's a team going to be underneath them, so they don't want to go anywhere just yet. They like this high ground. And the kill leaders in this game, so not too shabby from Gyozi. Big chilling on this roof. Still shots just poking away at everybody around the map. Nobody going down. 5 squads sitting in this endgame circle. And things are about to heat up as we do see the Mad Maggie holding Black Mold. On the outside, Jace Tower goes down, so Leave No Witnesses in a little bit of a spot and a little bit that they do not have the numbers to push through. F7 clan still alive. In moments time, Jesse, this is about to heat up. Seer, Microdrone's going to detect No Name all the way up top. Hold them back for a second. Full red shield for this team. And the high ground control is going to be dangerous. Black Mold, they can't go anywhere. They are trapped underneath. And No Name, this is their game to lose.
Yeah, if you're Black Mold, you would love to have that Valk, or no, Valk. You would love to have that Wraith portal to still be able to kind of get away there, but unfortunately they used it to kind of win out on their last fight. So Black Mold, like you said, in a very, very tough spot, trying to get out of the middle of the Cenote caves. But I mean, this Bangal coming down could give them an open opportunity now to find their way, make their way out of this here. But unfortunately, Astony gonna find some kills. Leave No Witnesses will fall. 4 teams left alive.
Astony now starting to get a good chunk of kills towards the end. Panic from Leave No Witnesses. Gonna get the finish onto Wi-Fi-O. Asto, though, still collecting skulls in the lobby, and they're looking for more. F7 clan is on the menu, and they are feasting. Jesse Astony gonna turn this around. 2 squads left. 3 versus 3, and it's No Name still with the high ground control, still in the better positioning for this one. They're going to drop the bang smoke, expect the players to rotate through, drop down from this high ground, and the digi threat from Gyozi may be the difference maker. Catalyst Wall going to separate these 2 teams, going to make it a little bit harder to survive on the inside, but Gyozi's just going to provide that smoke for the rest of his team. Hold this high ground as long as you can. Arcstar's not going to get thrown, has to take the Wraith portal all the way on the inside, but it goes nowhere. Now a chance for No Name to really be really push towards the back end of this. They need this win. They want it. But Astony, from the depths, they're trying to rise. 1 versus 1 Octane. Last one versus the Seer. Shots are good. The hip fire, the punch, the melee. But Astony, they're champions.
Oh, so unfortunate. Call it at the end of the game. They go for the shield swap, but unfortunately, you got to grab your teammate's banner first. It was a great opportunity, but not able to get it done. And a very, very nice game 1 victory there. Craziness at the end of that game. But the one thing that you love to see, the team that was on the high ground playing the great positioning, don't walk away with the victory. And very often in Apex, that can come to the full fray because you get pushed off the building and you're just kind of out in the open at that point. Well, I mean, great try there from the Octane at the end. You put the pad down, you fly up in the sky, you make a good opportunity for yourself. Unfortunately, just not able to get the job done at the end of the day.
Wow. What? Okay. What a game 1. I mean, we still got 3 more games to go, Jesse. And that one was literally down to the wire, a 1v1 Astony. I mean, can we talk about a team looking for redemption in that game? Astony, I mean, from Mills, we had 3 teams leaving with maybe like 1 or 2 players left, having to resurrect their teammates, and they get it done. And Astony for the late rotation into Cenote Cave. Who would have guessed that they were the team to win that one out? Clutch plays after clutch plays, Jesse, for that first one. But, you know, to get set up for our game number 2 after a banger game 1. Let's cut to a little bit of break. Take a step back, relax. See you on the other side, everybody, with game number 2. Stay tuned. I hope you had a second to collect yourself after what we just went through in game number 1, because that was crazy. I had to step away, take a breath, Jesse. I know you had to step away too after that crazy finish from Astony, but I mean, what a way to begin this final group of the day, our grand final group for our Apex Monthly here for Community Gaming. Jesse, I mean, I think there's only one thing left to do, and it's just look at our leaderboards after that and see who's at the top spot, because a couple teams to note, I mean, Black Bolt, No Name, TKC, but Astony is going to be the one leading.
By a lot, too. 26 points. A good game number 1 there from Astony. No Name, like you said, finishing in second place. And that was the team that was able to get the high ground towards the end of the game. They're just kind of sitting up on top of the buildings. They had the Octane. Unfortunately, Octane coming down to that 1v1 at the end of the game could not get it done. TKC, though, let's not forget to talk about just the pure comeback ability inside of that game number one. They were at the depths of elimination from almost the get-go of that game. They get a full reset though somehow through that game and end up almost coming back all the way to win it there. Kind of threw it a little bit at the end there, but I mean, just a crazy game number one. And Colin, if that game number one is anything to go off of, we are about to be in for a ridiculous final 3 games here.
Give it to me. Inject it into my veins right now, Jesse. I mean, we still got one more storm point, and Group A. Where's that Group A representation? F7 clan, you know, they had a good finish towards the end of it, but Shalvinos, Godfire, Kick, all low placings towards the end of that one. LFO Enigma, I think we got LFO Enigma in this one, and they also weren't too shabby.
Even Nameless. Let's not forget they were the big talking point coming into this grand final.
I said, Jesse,
after the way they rolled Group B.
It's a little bit misleading when you don't really know what's going on in that group, though. I mean, it could have just been farming that Group B. So you come into the final group, you come into the championship group, and this is where you really get put to the test, just against these teams, as we've seen.
Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong, right? They definitely could have been in a situation where they were kind of farming there inside of that group, but you still love to see it. I will say one thing, Colin. One of the other teams that was in that group B is TKC, who we just saw have a really good game, and Asceny, who was the final team to qualify from Group B. All inside of that group where Nameless dominated in it and walked away with way more points than Nameless did here in game number one. That's all I'm going to say.
I guess they were just the reapers of Group B. As soon as, but the recipe to success for any of those teams in Group B is Nameless playing or not. They get contested by Godfire, and as soon as Nameless goes down, it's open season for the rest of them, it seems. So let's see what we get for game number 2, Jesse, because, I mean, to talk about Storm Point in the sense of, you know, our relevance for Group A, Kick and Godfire haven't been the best with this map choice. Godfire, to be exact, I feel like they have never landed somewhere on Storm Point yet today. It hasn't been contested by somebody. It happened against LFO twice to start off that, and both times they've just been getting the short end of the stick for this map. So I'm curious to see if they choose somewhere new. I want to hop on Godfire to see if they choose somewhere new.
Yeah, I'm right there with you, because it's been a lot of landing over by fish farms and not a whole lot of success. And the most recent time was what they went up against Nameless, and it just did not work out very well for them there inside of that first little bit. And here we are, Godfire once again going towards the party boat, and it's 3 teams again, Colin. It's a party. They're going towards the Mirage ship. Everybody wants a piece. There must be very, very strong loot up there. I haven't landed on a Mirage ship in a hot minute since like maybe the last anniversary event, but there must be some good loot in here if everybody's trying to contest for this drop spot right now.
Yeah, PK going to be picked up by Infavel right off the bat. He was the pop-off player for the rest of his team, looking for the early knock, an early thirst onto one of these players, but teammate goes down, Nellis. Now you got to be a little bit cautious if you're the rest of Godfire, as they're struggling to get these breakoffs on Storm Point, but looking over to leave no witnesses. G, one player already knocked and taking some damage from the outside. They go down 2. So Jace Tower off the rip, a couple of these teams on the back foot, and now you have to clutch up for the rest of your squad, and it's just not happening.
Nope, not happening at all. And leave no witnesses. Let's not forget, that's our 5th place team from last game. They had a very good map number 1, but so far here in game number 2, not what they wanted here. Godfire still fighting to try to stay alive. Only one player left now. Infavel goes down, and that's Godfire out second again here inside of game number 2. They can just not get anything going on Storm Point.
No, you know, I think it's just a really good heads up play from No Name, your second place team from game number 1, just to recognize, hey, who's the big hitters in this lobby? Let's size them up off the bat, hunt them down, and make sure they cannot get to a good start here in the grand finals. And who else is here? Nameless. I mean, we talked about, you know, Asceny. A big reason why they made it to the final circle is because this team wasn't in it. I mean, the Reapers of Group B didn't have a good game 1 either. And I'm sure that they're a little bit upset and they want that revenge.
They absolutely do. And you can see they're looking to maybe try to find some pop shots here, see if they can find some good entry damage. 36 flesh is going to be looking nice here from the Wraith here. Polska just trying to find their way to push their way through. The rest of their teammates
Here we go.
on the likes of Nameless going to push up, start to find their way through. Unfortunately, going to choke 3 shots with the Mastiff and some shots with the Eva 8 as well. You get a double up top with the Wraith. Can the Wraith get all 3? They do. Nameless eliminated again.
Oh, Giosi smokes him. I mean, talk about a standout player today. Giosi, the kill leader for majority of game number 1, going into that final circle, and already I'm sure the kill leader in game number 2. That's big plays there from No Name. I mean, it's also just things you hate to see for somebody running the Mastiff and the Eva 8. I mean, just choking shots like that cannot happen in the grand finals. But we move on, Jesse. We digress a little bit.
Colin.
Yeah.
I just watched an Eva 8 get picked up for a Peacekeeper, and my heart just broke a little bit. I'm not gonna lie.
Don't sleep on the Eva 8. So, you know what? That PK, if you're not comfortable hitting that first shot, Eva 8, a little bit of a bailout gun.
A little bit of a buff to the Eva 8 as well, right? With the most recent update, in terms of that bullet spread being tighter. So, you know, I guess I'm there with you.
You're just a hater.
Personally, not for me. I'm a big PK stan myself, so that's why it hurt. Maybe just a little bit more for me there. But you know what? To each their own.
You're just a hater. That's all it is. You leave my Eva 8s alone, Jesse. Leave them be.
R99 here.
Very quiet though. I mean, other than that first couple of shots, I feel like, you know, after what we just got, I'm just expecting it to be complete chaos for the rest of Storm Point. But no, this is very different than game number 1. A lot more respect being shown, not by No Name, but from the rest of the lobby.
Or Godfire. No Name and Godfire, these first 2 games have both just decided, hey, let's just keep pushing towards this one spot on the map where 9 teams are going to push.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's going to work out well. And no, it hasn't. So just not the greatest start. I think that's No Name's game, though. I mean, if we saw anything from the lobby from when they played in Group B, it looks like they were just doing that, though. They were just taking fight after fight after fight. They ended with 99 points after that. So maybe that's just their game. They need to take those fights, but so far here in the grand finals, it's not working out for them.
Here we go with kick. Drop that bang alt. Clonzera trying to stay alive. Cannot rat out onto the wall. Close enough to it. Going to be hunted down. Now it's going to be up to the rest of the team. But that bang alt hopefully giving a little bit more space. The PK shot's going to land. And the second one just not enough. Cracks the armor. Does a little bit of flesh. But now it's all up to Vanglorioso. R301. Eva 8. Purple Eva. When the rest of them, Eva is going to be picked up. Taking damage from the storm. Swaps on over. Is it enough for the kills, Jesse?
Everyone's going to die.
Rainbow Ape.
He got a syringe off.
Oh, man.
I thought for sure Rainbow Ape was done there. I thought Weebers were done, but no. Rainbow Ape gets the syringe off just in the nick of time. Now you get the full med kit through. Again, just a quick reminder, if you're new to competitive Apex, there is no heat shields in competitive Apex.
Jesse.
Wow.
I mean, where's the circle, though? How far do they have to go? Like, how many meds do they have? You got 2 med kits
they have a
on
crafting
Futa.
right there, though, too. They can craft more med kits if they need to. It's not they're not the best situation by any means.
No.
But at least you've got that.
I mean, if Weepers make it to the end circle, man, these guys are grinders, to say the least. If we can take a look at the map, I would like to see where we're headed for Storm Point. So we swap over to Black World for a second. You get to see them actually in a good situation. They're gonna land a little bit of damage there. MNK player with the Arc Star just being in as annoying as you could possibly be as a Watson, I'd say. I mean, you have a full bunkered up building and you're just tossing Arc Stars into the rest of them.
And we also have the Crimson Chin here. You know, Wi-Fi. We saw in the last game take a grenade off
What?
the chin. No damage.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
And we do get to take a look here, Colin. You wanted to see the map. We can take a look, and we're heading right towards the center. It's going to be right by the falls to be able to find this.
This is gonna be
next
fun.
game here. Yeah, this is going to be a really good one. Cascade Falls end zones are always really interesting because it normally pulls up more towards the falls as well, more often than anywhere else. And this, you do have some high ground through middle of the map as well. So be interesting to see what happens here in terms of these teams. And Colin, Weebers are making it out of the zone. As long as they're not going to get shot at and killed immediately here, they should be able to full reset, get up towards that. Although Cascade Falls is a little bit of a hike, they should still be able to make it out of here. And we've been at 14 teams forever. The first 6 teams went down so quickly here in this game, and now it has just been kind of a slow burn since then. But finally, we're getting another fight here.
Oh,
Now
hip
inside
fire.
the map.
NorCal. Ooh, windy shots there on the hip fire, and that is gonna bite them. These are on the catalyst. For the shield bat, no shield swaps available. Won't be able to get a res off either. At least looking for the elimination, but not even that. So clutch plays there from Shelbinos to stay alive. Group A representing now
You'll be all right. I got you.
inside of Command Center. 2 eliminations too for Worth. So that is what you love to see for the team that came out from Group A in first place, Jesse. But yeah, I mean, Weebers, just to go back on that, Jesse, I mean, the amount of gas I would be giving to Rainbow Ape after that play, Twitch chat does not want to know the things I'll be saying to him.
There has never been a more clutch syringe in the history of Apex. That's probably not true, but that was
That is a lot of
insane
Apex.
to see. That was so crazy to see that syringe play come through. Oh, it's syringe play, like it was like that. But still, I mean, the fact you get that off, it had to have been one more tick, and Rainbow Ape was going to go
Like a
down
half
the
second
storm.
even.
And if that went down, it would have been no more points. And that's what you get from having the assault character, right? You get those
Yeah.
extra red bin loot. It's specialized to your team, whatever you guys are running. If you need a certain attachment, it will give it to you. And that's what I'm saying. If you're gonna have anybody running an assault, I know we were talking about this off the top of the show. If you're just joining us now, we were kind of talking about, hey, who do we think is going to be meta this season? I said Bangalore. I think, especially on Stormpoint,
Yeah.
they were coming back more and more into meta, and now with the assault ability to be able to get the attachments for your guns and the little loot that the little bit of looting that you're able to do in Apex competitive, I think it could be a very, very big usefulness.
I mean, when you really boil down classes for ability shooters in multiple different esports titles, the name of the game for meta is survivability, escaping, and knowledge. When you're really kind of leveling up how a meta is going to stand, and Bangalore kind of gives you a little bit of everything when it comes to survivability with that smoke and alongside the assault class, like you said. So it's a lovely pick.
And
now.
a great amount of ability to take space as well with the Rolling Thunder.
Exactly.
Well. So I'm right there with you. I'm not a big fan of Bangalore. Don't get me wrong. I hate the smokes. It's one of the most annoying things to fight ever. But that's what makes her so good, though.
It's just the thing of when you're looking at any ability shooter in any esports title that represents a meta, it mostly will boil down to survivability, and delaying what your opponents can do in that situation. And Bangalore offers that pick.
Absolutely.
So for the rest of the teams, I mean, we've seen a lot of Caustic. We haven't really seen Caustic pay off, but we see it there as well. Bloodhound hasn't really been my favorite yet today. Neither has, Valkyrie, except for on Stormpoint. So, I mean, you can see Shelbinos, who just clutched up, now looking to have to do it again now that Worth is down. So, looks like Shelby's going to double dip into this fight now that you have a little bit of damage onto your health and a Seer ultimate. It looks like they're going to drop that bang smoke and hightail it out there. See you later.
And it all comes full circle, Colin. Escapability back in full effect here as the bang smoke goes down. You give yourself some cover. You're able to get away. On the Heatsink Flatline skin, you absolutely love to see this skin coming through on these guns here. Another skin that I need to get my hands on at some point here. I didn't play early enough, or I didn't play Season 3 and buy the Battle Pass, so never unfortunately got this Flatline skin. What a beautiful skin.
You hate to see, Jesse. Especially for you. I know how much you love your Apex skins, so I know you.
One day. One day.
Oh, that is an arc star from
Oh my.
downtown.
They hit with that too.
Wow. All right. So Risen Rose, a little bit of a wake-up call off of that one. Hold on a second. What happened to Shelbinos? Because they just walked down this hill.
They had to have died, right?
I didn't see what happened to them at all. They were stuck between a rock and a hard place. But Risen Rose, talk about a scary sight off the Octane pad. Here comes No Name. Dead Pride on Twitch. R99, the finisher. And that is even more for No Name to just continue to rack up these points. And they're not done yet.
I was gonna say, this is Shelbinos. They did stay alive here. I was gonna say, as soon as that arc star came through, I was like, oh, it has to be Shelbinos. And they're gonna start to make their way up, try to get into this fight as well now. But nobody got knocked in that initial fight here for the team above. So Shelbinos now needs to just try to find their angles here, pick these players off a little bit by little bit in this situation. But at what point does this fight not become worth taking here?
Jesse, this is a big moment right for Shelbinos. They almost need this. A kill onto No Name to take them down. And this is going to be a high-octane battle down the hill, sliding and shooting both at the same exact time. So Shelbinos really trying to push No Name against the ropes. But now they're out in the open. So you think, how worth is it to drop down this hill right now?
Because who knows what you could be pushing into, right? On the other side of this here. You do have 2 knocks. You could go back, maybe finish these 2 players up here when you need to. Oh, they already have. I'm sorry. You're right. They absolutely have finished those 2 players off. So, yeah,
I don't think it was Shelbinos, though.
I don't know, because they were shooting at them as they were going down the hill. So it's possible it was possible that I didn't see another team, though.
I didn't see any knocks. So that might have been why they backed off.
It's possible too, yeah.
So No Name down to only the Octane. I mean, if there's anybody, Jesse, that you want to be last alive, it's going to be an Octane with how, I guess, slippery they can be. But, yeah, Shelbinos, I mean, they stay alive, which is most important. They get Worth back up, too.
Oh, there it is. Yep, Weber's at the bottom.
Yeah, wow. Can you talk about ice? I saw that Rainbow Wave was finding those kills, so... I mean, Weber's a chance now to really, really show their worth after taking down that team all the way back at Shitfall. I mean, how far they've come. That was Kick too, right?
The first team that they eliminated was Kick, yes, at Shitfall. And now they've been able to regain themselves all the way through. Batteries galore apparently here for Rainbow Ape as well, as they able to drop 6 batteries on the inside and go back to collect some more loot here. They want to just hold this building for now and just kind of wait to let things situate here inside of the circle. It is going to be, like we said, a Cenote Caves final, or not a Cascade Falls final. This game, Cenote Caves, the first game, got a little flashback there. But yeah, everybody just trying to kind of piece their way through here. It's not going to be easy. This is a very tiny circle for 10 teams, Colin, and I would imagine by the end of this, we're probably going to be down to our final 5.
I was talking about how how fun this end circle is. It's not very fun. It's going to be down to a lot of long range battles, and for some of these teams, it's going to be tough to see if you have what it takes.
Oh, using the other team's smoke as cover to take to the sky. This is Estonia, our winners of game number 1, possibly going to take a height advantage here in game number 2. If they can get up on the windmill,
water wheel.
Yeah, the water wheel, I should say. Oh, it's hard. It's hard to get the spot. It's like there's a perfect spot up top that you can use to hold. Unfortunately, not able to get it here, but
push.
Oh, they get the climb up too. This should be
it's Weber's. Who else but Weber's? I mean, this is insane. And we just got word that there is somebody ratting behind Weber's. I imagine that's Chica from No Name who got away on that Octane. But right now, just continuing to walk up here. They know they're turning around on this one. It's going to be the Octane. They finish it off. No Name eliminated. Fueda's going to get that kill. More for the points from Weber's. And they're getting some good shots on up top. A red Hemlock, Jesse. You got that boosted loader on top of that 2-time sight. Astiny's going to be in a good spot. That the micro drones is going to give away their position for this high ground. They have the Seer, Catalyst, and Valkyrie. So honestly, not a bad composition to have.
No, they're in a good spot up there for sure.
For this.
And way less horizons that we're seeing in the lobby right now as well. So the ability for a full team to get up there is really going to come down to just being able to use a Valcult to really contest that.
Yeah.
And when you come out of a Valcult, I mean, you're pretty much dead in the water for a few seconds until you get your gun up, right? So I mean, very unlikely that they lose a fight up on height unless they get pushed by multiple teams at once right now.
1 HP and a dream for your Wraith. A little bit of a picture-in-picture of the map. And people shoulder to shoulder, literally, on the water wheel. Nice shots there just to humble the team trying to push in on Astiny inside of Waterfall, but still on the outside looking in. A lot of these teams, satiability is going to go down off screen, so a fight happening in the distance. You can hear a lot of clattering going on. The bang ult's going to be dropped. Seer ult's going to be dropped. A lot of spacing now looking to be gained by a lot of these teams. Astiny up top going to be in a little bit of a 1 versus 1, and they delete Turek. So another team eliminated and trying to get this resurrection back up onto their teammate. They're going to get it done, but on the edge of the circle, Jesse.
And they dropped a goal. They dropped a purple shield as well, so going to be able to get that health up immediately here. Weavers, I thought they weren't looking the best there as they were trying to push in, but the Wraith able to use the Q, able to get the portal down perfectly to find a way here into the circle. They're gonna have to play the bottom side of water wheel and look who's right above them again. Astiny are winners again. Game number 1 victors here, looking to find some more success in game number 2. Able to take down the crypto drone, so no more of those little mini no more of being able to be spotted on the map there from the micro drones, and they need to just try to find a way to find these kills, and I think they've now found Weber underneath them.
Yeah, Weber. A little bit of trouble. Nice arc star. Is it enough for the kill, though? It is not. Rainbow Ape now onto full red Evo shield alongside Fueda. Boy Icy, by the way, alongside them. Bang, all going to be expended. Sonar's going to give them away. On the inside, it's a Gibraltar bubble, but underneath, Rainbow Ape has an angle. Deletes the armor of Valkyrie. Shield's going to be broken. Doesn't want to jump in there. There's an angle into Astiny, and they're going to jump onto the opportunity to take down Rainbow Ape and fully eliminate him as well. Making it so hard for Reapers to come back from that. They're going to be eliminated. And the next up with the chopping block for Astiny. Who's it going to be? Bloodhound's going to be broken. Astiny in such a good spot, Jesse, with this high ground. Nobody can take them from this spot. It's going to be the circle rotating that'll move them.
They will have to push off of it, but let's not forget they have a Valk. They could have a decent amount of cover here if they choose to Valcall to the sky. They can push all the way to the other side, and there is height at the other side of this as well.
Yeah.
On some verticality on the other side of the falls here. They can get over there. They could be in a good spot, but Shelbinos right now I think are holding the power position.
Again, representing from first place in Group A. Now top 4 inside of the champions group. Shelbinos tagged down low. F7 clan right alongside them, and in the team very familiar with the Shelbinos roster after the place 4 maps against them inside of Group A. You have the Crypto Ultimate 2. That could be the game changer. Astiny. Who is that? That's M&K player. That's Black Mold. Worth's going to get a little bit of a piece of that. Bursty goes down. 3 squads left, but 1 player's going to be down in the midst of it, so you have to be careful. Astiny going to be peeking over the edge. Decay's going to let him know, do not come over here.
Well, Gibraltar all down now as well. This is going to help out the likes of Shelbino there as they can try to get away. Astiny now going to be down to just push. Unfortunately going to fall, and it's Shelbinos, like we said, looking like they're in the power position now, going for the cleanup to win the final fight.
R301 onto Decay, just shield dancing back and forth against the Gibraltar. Shelbinos pick up where they left off. Champions of Group A, and now champions of Game 2 inside of our final group.
Yeah, big game there from Shelbinos. You kind of needed it. They had a rough game 1. They had a rough few final games over in Group A as well, but they were able to get the job done there, able to get the job done here once again. and that is another victory, a new winner. But I mean, oh man, I think that that Astro is still going to be the top team to be dealing with right here. They had a lot of KP in the middle of that game there.
Yeah, I mean, Aston, he talked about, I guess, just a perfect spot off of that foul call. I mean, they were sitting up there for probably like 5, 10, no, it wasn't 10 minutes, but it was a long time.
Easily 5 for sure.
It was easily 5 minutes up there, uncontested, by the way. Lots of damage, lots of KP, like you said, and that is going to be what's probably leading them into that first place spot once we do get a look at that leaderboard. But 2 games up, 2 games down in the final group of the day, Jesse. We're done with Storm Point. Over it. It's old news. We're looking at Broken Moon coming up next. We can see if Nameless and Godfire Kicks, if they can make a resurgence on Broken Moon like we saw back in the group stages. It's only time will tell, though, if we will get that, folks. We're going to head to a quick little break, and when we come back, Broken Moon, we end it there. Back, everybody, to the Apex Community Gaming Monthly. I'm Seymour, with me cruising. We've been through 6 games today across 2 separate groups. When we went through Group A, we got to see them face up against each other, and 6 teams move into the final group, where we just went through Storm Point. We saw maps 1 and maps 2. Jesse, they were nail biters, to say the least.
Nutty maps.
Yeah, and now we move into Broken Moon. But before we get into Broken Moon, before we get into the latter ends of this Apex Monthly, let's look at the leaderboards. Let's see where these teams are.
Yeah, through the craziness, through the hyperness, and into more craziness and hyperness as we head into Broken Moon. But Asni still sitting at the top of the leaderboard. A massive game 1, a 3rd place finish here in game number 2. after getting a great amount of height, nobody being able to push them. Unfortunately, they end up falling. They don't win the game and go back to back, but they don't need to. They get the job done. 40 points. I mean, that is a great start to a grand finals here. I mean, another two big games though easily closed this one out. And I mean, they didn't have that great of a semifinals,
No.
but coming in towards this finals here, they have looked so good. No Name as well now at 29 points. Shobinos at 28. The only thing that worries me a little bit here, Colin, for the kind of these teams in our top three, we saw a lot of Shobinos in our first lobby today, and they looked great on Storm Point. Not so great when we went over to Broken Moon. 28 points. I don't know if that's going to be enough for them. They need to look better here. And the other teams, all kind of towards the bottom of the leaderboard right now, in Godfire, Kick, Nameless. These are three teams we expected to be contesting for the win today, all at a combined 6 points right now, or combined 4 points, I should say, right now. We need to see some better play out of them, and we did see it when they went to Broken Moon the last time.
Luckily for Godfire and Kick, this is exactly the map they were able to turn things around back inside of Group A. So, you know, crossing fingers for all the LATAM fans out there that, you know, your two representing teams, you know, the biggest teams, I'd say, going into today that we are looking at, and, you know, make a resurgence in this, make it a little bit interesting. You know, I love a team, you know, like Astany, who rightfully, Jesse, should not have been in that position. They were in game one, but iced up when they needed to and made it into that position for a 1-versus-1 victory to really put themselves in that first place finish. Like, if they didn't do that, I mean, there could have been No Name in first place. There could have been so many other teams in a better position than they were, but Astany has just been so resilient so often. So heading into Broken Moon, I mean, there's a lot of storylines to go over. There's a lot of people to watch, but I think you're right to really point out that bottom half of what we're getting in our leaderboard to see if a couple of these teams who we expect to do a little bit better turn it around.
Absolutely. Quietly underrated, by the way, Colin. I didn't get to touch on this, but TKC game number one, we talked about it, had a really big game. They finished third. They still also had a 6th place finish there in that last game. Only ended with 3 KP as opposed to the 10 KP, though, they had in game number one. So that's still a team that we do need to keep our eye on. They're sitting in 5th place right now with 19 points. Still definitely not out of this, and we have no idea what they're going to look like. And actually, it's the first team we're hopping on board with. Our observers right on cue with us here today.
Dude, it's like, you know, we're just reading each other's minds at this point with that play. Shout out to our observers. Shout out to Community Gaming. And shout out to our producer, Vermilion Rose, putting this all together. I mean, this stream would not look good without any of them.
No kick. Oh, no.
No kick right off the bat.
Oh, my God.
No. This is a team I don't think we've really looked at either. I will not begin to try to pronounce that. But, Fourth X Heavy, maybe?
I have no idea.
But, I mean, off the bat, a good start here for them.
Yeah, I mean, they just rolled kick right out of the lobby. So definitely a very, very good start here. We'll go 4th heavy. Why not? Right? A good start here for them. They get the kills. They get the first wipe of the game. And also, it looks like we did only load in with 19 teams this game as well. I believe one team did not load in. I'm not sure if that's just a team that has decided, hey, you know what, we've had enough of this grand finals and getting bullied by the likes of Astany at the end of these games. But it is what it is. Nameless on the party ship here. It looks like they actually got it for free this time, Colin.
Yeah, they got the party ship, and they are being chilling right now. For now, I'd say. I mean, things really go south for this team fast in this grand finals group. So,
well, they did fight somebody actually too. So they've gotten a team wipe and a kill as well.
Oh, Turek was the one to go down to this team. So Nameless early KP inside of this grand final group. And I was gonna say, Jesse, I don't know if you saw that the barrel that 4th heavy opened up. He got back-to-back Earth 301s. That never happens to me. I would love if I got hills like that.
I would love even one R301 at that point, right?
Yeah.
Hopping on with one of our favorites that we've
Oh.
been watching throughout a lot of today. It's LFO Enigma, a Arc Star followed by the Q away. Not sure if they were able to get any damage from that. It didn't look like anything had really fully come through, and unfortunately, Animals is going to go down. No, and Fangs as well. So it's all up to Nan now. They do still have the Arc Star available. They do run into the goo on the floor here, though. A good close. They get the Arc Stars through, but yeah, you're just kind of fighting and flirting with death right now here if you're Nan.
I mean, Nan has been the most mobile of the grouping on Wraith, but pinched and gone. LFO Enigma. To see you in game number 4. Vermouth eliminated. Things going a lot faster on Broken Moon this time, Jesse, than we got on Storm Point yesterday.
It was asked me to find that kill too, so
Nameless versus Astony. I mean, I don't want to be the one to just continue to bring up old storylines, Jesse, but I mean, just to talk about Nameless, 99 points inside of Group B, and Astony barely made it into 7th place. So this is revenge.
oh, it is, but they're looking to try to get a reset here. And actually, so we thought that they may have had just the numbers advantage. It actually looks like they finally have kind of evened the numbers up here. Astony will end up going down. They should be able to get this res off here, but Rex Forever has gone down. They need to get back immediately here. Only 14 seconds, Colin, to get this banner. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to get it. It's going to be tight.
They got time. They got time.
3 seconds left. They get the banner. And I mean, hey, if it's not a party ship without a res beacon up on top of it, right?
That's
So
the majority of the party. A little bit of a recap, Jesse. TKC eliminated. Roller MX eliminated. Kick eliminated. Astony eliminated.
That's a lot of our top teams. This could be a
LFO
real
Enigma
shakeup to the
eliminated
leaderboard here.
too. Yeah, so. But picture in picture, Godfire still alive. So Nameless, you know, they're going to be able to resurrect Rex Forever, bring him back to the fray, and now it's their chance to, I guess, reap the benefits of winning out on the party post. Let's take a look at Godfire. Let's take a look at what they're getting into now.
Yeah, Godfire. I mean, these guys not only need to kind of have a big game in terms of placement, they need to get a lot of kills right now with where they are if they want any chance of being able to win this tournament here. And they're getting into the deep of things right now, but this might not be the best situation to go down. It's just Infavel all by themselves here. Car 98 in hand, trying to find a few kills. Can't pull it off here. To pull the Nemesis out, might be able to get the first knock. That's going to be a tough one to win unless they get this bat off.
V1 went for the shield swap, not going to be there. Drops the bank smoke, looking for the high ground. A bit of ring around the Rosie right now for Infavel. It's a player that has clutched up in the past for the team, but has no idea where this player is on the other
Sounds
side.
like a res
And
is coming through.
he's going to be picked up. Arcstar in hand from downtown. Off the top ropes, he lands it onto both. Lots of damage there onto the knockout shields. Now for the one-on-one. Red shields off the Evo. He's going to force the TP out from the Wraith. Time ticking away on the players looking to get revived, as he now needs to play a little bit of ring around the Rosie, a little bit of hide and seek yet again with this Wraith. But up top again, he's going to drop down low. Goes for the melee. No ammo in the car. Reload behind the knockdown shield. 1 versus 1 still against the Wraith, and he gets it done. Infavel clutches up and eliminates SAF Esports.
That fight was really prolonged, though. It took a long time for it to get all the way through. I would not be surprised if we see Nameless try to come out from somewhere from behind here and be third party in this fight very shortly.
Worth heavy. Horizon ult off the queue. Is it going to land? Bang ult as well. Things are about to get spicy, Jesse. Sierra ultimate just to put the cherry on top. They know exactly where they need to go, but they have no information on any of them. Suddenly, things turn around on Horizon ult on the fourth heavy. It looks like the team that they're fighting look and see if they can flip the script here, and they do. Trinities is going to take a lot of damage. Has to back up and bat. As the rest of fourth heavy just looking for eyes on. They're going to get a knock on the one straight early. This is no name that they're facing. So at fourth heavy, they would love to take down this heavy hitter right away, but Giosi's going to come up to finish this one off. 1 versus 1 now for no name in their own sense. Have to keep our eyes onto that one, Jesse, because we're back into it with Godfire as they're fighting on the edge of this circle.
really wonder if this is Nameless now pushing in towards this fight. This is one of the only teams I could think of that was playing the same side of the map with as many kills that had come through. Zone is pushing them in. This very well could be.
Wrecking ball.
A Maggie ball comes through, smacks one of the players here on Godfire. You will get a wall to come up here, though, from your Catalyst at the very least. Maybe you can start to wake your way away. Nellis is so weak, needs to get a syringe off.
Yeah, 21 bats. Nameless versus Godfire here. I mean, they might not be contesting each other off drop, but I mean, it was inevitable that they would match up against each other eventually in these fights. Still taking damage to the Storm. It looks like Nameless looting these death boxes, see if they can get as many meds as they can to hold Godfire inside of this circle. But I love this call from Godfire. I mean, they recognize they're not in a good spot, so time to look for a new place to go.
And they know they need placement as well as KP right now, right? So not worth it. And you can see this is exactly the party ship that Nameless had just come from. Now Godfire
no name eliminated.
Way up and away. No name eliminated. Like you said, Nameless is also going to choose just to wrap out the zone here. I think they've realized, hey, Godfire have disengaged. Time for us to just disengage. Let's get to circle. Everybody get back to full health. Let's just, you know what? We'll meet again later on here inside of the game. It actually looks like Godfire is going to take some time, craft up, maybe get some heals back for themselves here. Probably crafting med kits in the Storm, I would imagine, with all of their players all running a very low rate now. But syringes just in the nick of time. They should everybody be able to get back up to full health here. And also a ton of crafting materials on these players. They're looking like they could be in for a good spot here, just to kind of chill in zone for a little bit, get these med kits off, and everybody should be able to get back to full health and get back to the zone.
Risen Rose gets eliminated. And to talk a little bit about, you know, what we've been missing in the action, fourth heavy, 1 versus 2 from Asleep, Jesse, to eliminate No Name. So that's a big moment for that team to take out yet another high placing team off of Storm Point. So this is just giving both Godfire and Nameless a better chance at overtaking some of these middle pack teams.
For sure. And Colin, let me just say as well, I know we were kind of a little bit disappointed to see, you know, we didn't get the full 80 teams in that we normally get for the Apex Monthly, right, this week. But wow, have we gotten a banger of a grand finals, though.
Oh,
like,
yes.
Broken Moon has shaken things up quite a bit here. And the teams that know, but the teams that don't know, oh my God, we are getting the biggest shakeup right now here inside of this grand finals. You absolutely love to see it. Nameless, like you said, starting to pop off here. We got the kill leader on our screen right now. And very likely, Colin, with the way that this circle's pushing in and where the likes of Godfire is going to have to come from, we could very likely see this fight ensuing once again here after both teams have now kind of pushed away, gotten health back. It could happen all over again here.
I've been waiting to see the 64 kill team Nameless that came out of Broken Moon in game number 4 of Group B. And, you know, I get that, you know, this is the grand final group, that this is a lot harder, I'd say, than just your normal everyday, you know, entry group that we get for these community brackets. But at the same time, Jesse, I feel like we still haven't seen the, you know, the highest potential out of this Nameless roster, as only 3 kills here onto Plushka. I'm expecting this team to get better and better as we move into the Broken Moon set of maps.
I mean, I sure hope so, right? And in all honesty with you, Colin, I mean, I've seen quite a few of these Apex monthlies, and you're truly never out of this tournament until the very end because of the way the scoring system works and it only being 4 games. You can definitely get lots of excitement towards the end of these games. I remember the very first one that I did, CLG was playing, and CLG had a 30 kill win in the final game to clutch up and win the whole tournament after being in like bottom 5 after the first 3 games. You're never out of it in this tournament, and it's always a great fun time to see.
Well, here we're looking at fourth heavy, a team who has been highly underrated so far on Broken Moon. I mean, a 1 versus 2 for Asleep to clutch up for the team. Another big one-on-one. They took down Godfire right off the rip, so they rolled over them to get into the position that they are now. Contested for kill leader is Trinity, as it looks like, but fourth heavy is another team that's looking to get a lot of KP going through this. But let's snap back over to Nameless as Here we go. A little bit of a fight ensuing. You see the Mad Maggie Q was looking to weed out one of those players off the catalyst wall. They have split this into two, so it looks like Go wants to drop down and get into this fight. He's going to throw that wrecking ball right into the thick of it and see if he can cross down in a sensible manner. Rex Forever pushing up here on the Newcastle. See if he can get eyes on from behind, but the bang smoke being so hard to get eyes onto these targets. Rex Forever has to be careful, and here he is. Nemesis gonna put some shots down, gets the break. Godfire on the other side of this one. It looks like Bangalore trying to stay alive, but here comes the team. Godfire did not stand a chance.
Colin, we talked about it once. This fight was inevitable to happen, and once again it happens here. Godfire and Nameless find each other in a fight, and here comes NorCal from the top, choosing to push in, trying to get this third party through, and they'll actually find it down here. NorCal finding their way into the zone and trying to find these kills here on these last couple Nameless players here. And Nameless was looking so good, but unfortunately you all end up falling, and NorCal comes in to clean up all of the pieces. And that is going to be a ton of loot here for this team.
Well, there's the turnaround. You lose Godfire, you lose Nameless, and that opens up a lot more now for this as players still rotating through the storm for fourth heavy. You got NorCal on the other side of this. I mean, Terraformer endgame circle, Jesse. It doesn't get much better than that.
Fourth heavy has been pushing through the zone for easily 3 minutes, maybe even longer, and have now made it to, I guess, where they feel more comfortable to push into the zone here from this side of the map. We'll have to see what they can do. Everybody, they have to be short on white heals at this point, you would think, considering you're seeing Anthony now popping these last two, Trinity. You see them popping these last two syringes here. But you can see down to our final 7 teams. Only 2 teams inside Atmos Station right now, which is very likely where this zone will end up finishing. And the big thing here is all 3 of these teams you can see at the north side of the circle right now are all going to have to rotate through only that one small choke point on the left side. LNW could be in a really good spot to find a lot of kills here.
Yeah, I know we're looking at Shelbynos right now, but I do want to go look at, if we can, I do want to go look at Weebles, who are in a gunfight, as well as Shelbynos. This is a 2 versus 3, it seems like, for Shelbynos. Not going to be easy to battle against this one. They're going to be cleaned up and eliminated by NorCal, who is now kill leader. Frogs. 5 kills in this lobby, but Weepers shaping up against a team here. They're coexisting with somebody else on the inside. It doesn't seem like they're fighting just yet, Jesse, but I did see on the map that it is a team inside of here with them.
Let's see what Weavers can do. It looks like they're just going to hold on to the bottom of this. Not sure if they're really getting engaged yet. I think these 2 teams are just coexisting right now. I don't think that they're full on pushing each other. Good information to know, though, for later in the game. You can see the new kind of nerfs coming in here for Seer. Not that constant heartbeat here. So actually we'll lose the heartbeat. Can't pick these players up now. We'll have to wait to get that passive back here for themselves. Fourth heavy looks like they're falling down in the pitcher. 1 player down really low. Looks like Trinities will fall. It's just Vlato now here. Can they find a way to stay alive? Medkit will come off. They do have knockdown shields to try to play off of here, but again, this is all these teams, Colin, trying to push in towards this northwest side of the map, this small little chokehold that you have to get around here, and everybody is just trying to pay the rewards of it, and somehow, some way, NorCal is staying alive through all these teams.
Yeah, NorCal and Leave No Witnesses both getting a little bit of food from that gunfight. Fourth heavy just collapsed on by 2 separate squads, so the action's going to ensue. Leave No Witnesses. Let's see if they can stay true to their name. PK from below. Azazel down low. Has to back up. Resupply on these bats. Brock's going to look from a different angle. Nice shots there onto 1. Takes a lot of damage from below. So again, has to back up to the rest of his team. Shield broke onto the Mad Maggie, but lots of damage onto NorCal. They have the high ground, but they're not getting the damage that they hope for. Sliding down this hill, they see the Wraith portal, and they're going to chase Jesse. They have no idea what they're walking into.
Yeah, Leave No Witnesses was the team that was playing up to the right-hand side here. But I believe it's LNW that was actually the team that pushed onto them, though. So we'll see what NorCal can do. They do have a Digi threat. This is massive.
Oh,
this is what you
man.
get from the bang with a Digi. You find a few good amounts of damage there. You can push forward off of it, and NorCal will get the first knock in the fight.
The hip fire not good enough. The Sora's going to go down all up to Frogs, the kill leader in the lobby. 6 kills for him. Can he make it 7? Hiding behind the knockdown shield, but he's going to go right into it, and he's going to get shot from above. Leave No Witnesses now there on the back foot again. The action does not stop, Jesse, here on Broken Moon. They're going to hop right through the Wraith portal on the other side of the hill into the circle. Back through he goes. Leave No Witnesses against the ropes. Almost gets the one clip against F7 Clan, but eliminated. 3 squads left.
Quietly underrated right now is F7 Clan's performance here in this grand finals. 3rd place in map 1, 2nd place in map 2. Now another top 3 here. Consistency at its finest here in Colin. Finally, that fight that you were looking to see earlier on starting to kind of dwindle down here inside of this final building. This is the last building that is in circle that is playable right now between these two teams, and they were coexisting earlier. One team up top, one team down low. Honestly, if I'm Fuda here, I might think about Wraith portaling out of here to try to get my team behind some cover and maybe picking these players off as they try to rotate from the top side of this building.
That's what I'm thinking. Right now, though, Black Mole's the team on top. They're going to be chipping away at rotating in. F7 Clan drops the Gibby bubble a little early, Jesse. So luckily for them, they're not getting jumped on by either of these two teams, but it's going to make it a lot harder to dance around these nades that are about to come through there from Wi-Fi-O. But this is a good setup that we're seeing from Black Mold. They got the Watson fences up. They have the Wraith in place. They need to move. And they have the Loba to steal anything that they hope for shield swaps.
Loba's great for, like you said, shield swaps. Also for when you have a charge rifle and you need to constantly be getting that ammo back. Fantastic for that as well here. They're in a good spot. They can play the edge of this building here for now. The only problem with this Atmospatian building is that it's very unlikely going to finish. If you look at this final circle that we're going to after this, they will have to jump down from this before a lot of these other teams will have to move here. So playing that wall could be an advantage late on in this game here. The only player that will really be able to make a big difference out of this will be Wifo with having that Loba bracelet to maybe be able to pick up a flank here behind these players.
Wi-Fi still collecting some damage there. Shield broken onto the Gibraltar and the Valkyrie. This is it. Who's going to move first? Black Mold or the team underneath them? Weebers still have yet to show face in this gunfight. This high ground is going to be so important. They need to wait for Weebers to move. They cannot be the first ones to leave this, or else they're going to be walking into the open arms of Weebers if they make the first move.
They will, and let's not forget, there's still another team underneath them, right? Playing that low ground inside of this building here. Very interested to see what they decide to do first here, because both teams have a Wraith, both teams have an opportunity to kind of be able to wrap off of this, and we can see now in our picture-in-picture, Weebers, like you were calling out, still just playing the low ground here.
They don't have the Wraith portal.
So they don't have a Wraith portal available. They must have tried to use it before and got shut down. And here we go. I thought that we were about to see what I was talking about. I thought Wi-Fi-O was about to try to take an off angle there. Not yet, though. Choosing to wait. I think they need to come down from this high ground, though, before the team underneath them just gets into a spot where they'll be able to pick them off.
Well, time will tell who's going to make the first move. Just avoiding the seer as best as they can to deny this information. At best, thermite grenades in the hand of Wi-Fi-O. This is
great.
Gonna be good. Look at that thermite damage that they're getting onto the red shield down below for F7 Clan. Looks like the Sierra ultimate's gonna drop, and so will a no, that's a Gibby ult for that. So dropping on down. Here's the thermite. Icy, by the way, is gonna go down. MNK player is gonna get that first down onto him. Percy on an off angle like you were highlighting. MK player is going to get fully cleaned up. Just looking outside. F7 clan in such a good position. Or the thermite from behind. They don't know. Percy trying to play his life as best as possible. The Gibraltar has no idea, but he turns around and he spots him. And that's going to be it for Black Mold. Teammates now standing up against them. F7 looking for the win. One last player to get the knock. And looking to be the champions inside of game number 3. 1 versus 1. The R99 Squents. Can you be the hero? The shield bat behind the knockdown shield. The nade. Not going to land just yet, but it does. Rainbow Ape for Weepers to get the win. Mozambique North R45, but F7 claimed the champions of game 3. What just happened?
I'll tell you exactly what just happened. Weebers and Black Mold. Neither team was willing to push out from the building early, and what that caused was as soon as Circle pushed through, both these teams had to connect with each other before they could fight F7, who was sitting out in the field. And F7, all they really had to do there was play the waiting game. You just had to wait and wait and wait for these two teams to inevitably have to fight each other. They fight each other. F7 comes in for the easy cleanup. It almost wasn't an easy cleanup, though. If they don't get that bat off in that situation there, that RE was about to completely rip that away, and you very likely could have had a very different winner there from the likes of Weber. But no, it's F7 who's able to close it out. Their third top 3 in 3 games.
Yeah.
And with a win, you got to imagine, Colin, that's probably top spot on our leaderboard.
Yeah, F7, like you said, quietly underrated in this grand final. It has just been kind of sliding under the radar for these top 3 finishes. But let's take a look at the scoreboard, Jesse, early for after game number 3 as we're heading into our final map of the day for our Apex Monthly here in Community Gaming. Astony still on top.
Astony still on top. F7 clan, 3 top 3 finishes, still sitting there. It must be the kills that are holding them back right now, because the placement is definitely there for this team. Let me refresh my page as well so I can take a look at their kills here. Let's take a quick look. Yeah, they had 1 kill in game 1, only 3 kills in game 2. And we don't have the leaderboard updated yet for game 3 in terms of kills yet. But yeah, not a ton of kills for the likes of F7 clan, but the placement's there. If they can maybe find another good placement game, like we say, consistency has absolutely been key for this team here. But wow, man, what a crazy grand finals lobby we have had there. I mean, yeah, nice to see Godfire and Nameless, both kind of start to work their way up a little bit here. The one thing I'm so surprised to see is Kick through 3 games at 0 points at the bottom of the leaderboard there. Just having a very tough time here inside of this grand finals. But Colin, at the end of 3 games, Astony sitting on top, F7 clan, the beacon of consistency right now. We're going to be in for such a good last game here.
I mean, can they close it out? That's the big question for Astony, because that last game wasn't their best work. But now moving into game number 4, this is their chance for redemption. This is their chance to turn things around for on Broken Moon and come out champions in our February Apex Monthly here in Community Gaming. Folks, we're going to go to a break. When we come back, the finale for this monthly. You do not want to miss it. Drum roll, please, everybody. It's time for the grand finals, the last map of the day for our Apex Monthly here on Community Gaming. It's been a long ride. It's been a roller coaster of emotions, Jesse. Let's be honest. But we're here. We've made it, and it is going to be a crazy map number 4. We got Broken Moon, folks. One more map, and to go alongside it, you got two lovely casters, myself, Seymour, and Cruisin'. If you've loved the commentary over the day, well, I've loved these games, and it is just a lovely time here on the desk, Jesse. Let me say, let's talk about this game number 4, though. Let's talk about what we're going into.
Yeah, well, we're going back to Broken Moon, so get ready to ensue the chaos that we've seen through the first 3 games on Broken Moon, 2 during our semifinal games, and 2 here in the grand finals, heading into the later of the 2 here. And I mean, Colin, they've been wild games on this map for the grand finals. A very big change up from World's Edge, right? Like we said, that's the big thing we were coming into here, was we weren't dealing with World's Edge. We get to go to Broken Moon, a map that not a lot of teams have had a ton of practice on in terms of scrimming. It's not really that like kind of full competitive map thing. And very disappointing to see here. We're actually going to be down to, it looks like 17 teams here for this final matchup of the grand finals. It's unfortunate because we've been seeing so much early game action. This should limit that a little bit here going into the finals. But Colin, I got to get your perspective here. If you were looking at these teams, I know me and you are neither one of us are a big fan of kind of making predictions here, but we've got what, Asini, F7, Shelby Nose, all kind of within a shot, even No Name within a shot of winning this. You got a prediction on who you think's going to take this final game here and maybe take the whole tournament?
I mean, Group A, Shelbinos, even when they were having bad games, they still ended on top. Asini, I mean, this team, that game 1 and game 2 were something else. And, you know, game 3 might not have been the best, but if they can get good placement, I think they're going to take it today on top. It's going to have to be a big blunder. Yeah. Team consistency, who's that?
F7 Clan. That's who I'm going with for this finals. They have just looked so good in terms of just consistently top 3 finishes here. If they can find a few more kills and another top 3, it's theirs to lose.
Oh, buddy. M&K player in a little bit of trouble. Somebody shooting from above. Gonna find an EVA 8 on the ground, but a Sentinel EVA 8 combo, not something that's gonna let you turn around and take that gunfight, as you see Bursty, G7 Scout, and Car now. That
wow.
2x
and a 2x. What a great 2x find.
Might actually be able to give a good shot at Black Mold turning this fight, but you have to wait to see if they actually want it or not, or if they're just going to dedicate themselves to looting up a little bit more.
Yeah, it looks like they're just backing up a little bit here now. And was that a shot I just heard down by Godfire? Are they about to get some early game action again here? It's very possible.
Look at this. See. Look at this setup right now for worse. Gold armor, blue helmet, a Car, and a Sentinel. I mean, this drop was definitely kind to Godfire.
Had to have been a hot drop, right, between these two teams?
It had to be. But here's F7.
On board with another one of our teams who has a good opportunity at being able to close it out. F7, we got to see a little peek of them here. Back over to Godfire now as well, who looks like they're just trying to kind of build their way up. I think that they've got a decent amount of crafting by them as well. So if they can get some crafting, get some good heals going in towards this finals. And it looks like Gold Bolt was also pinged there. Not sure if somebody's going to be able to dib that, go over and grab it. I don't really see any shotguns on the side of them here, but an early game fight still going on here inside of this game. It's LFO Enigma once again getting into some trouble, and it's going to be all up to Annabelle. Annabelle falls. And Weavers is out as well. That's our second place team from last game.
All right. So Enigma, I mean, how some great players in Group A have fallen to the wayside in the final bracket. Not the best 4 games from them since we moved into this group, but gonna have to look to see if we get a return of LFO Enigma in the future here of these Apex Monthlies. NorCal, however, a team that has risen like a phoenix from the ashes. I mean, last map, I would not even think NorCal had a chance at winning this thing, but I mean, after last map, it was a different story. I mean, they were taking skulls on Broken Moon.
I mean, a 15th place finish in map 1, a 14th place finish in map number 2, followed by a 5th place finish, but with 10 kills in game number 3 to really kind of give themselves a shot at maybe not the win here with only 16 points. So definitely not out of it, but they need a big game. And I think that's why you're seeing them take these early game fights and getting a little bit more hyper aggressive here in this final game. But at least a shot at the top 8 and being able to walk away with some money here.
Yeah, each team's got their own story to tell, but for some teams, it's not as kind as others. Kick eliminated Jesse, so it might be Kick 0-point run through the finals, which is very heartbreaking.
You got to give it to them though. They played out all 4 games though. They didn't quit like these other 3 teams. So I'll give them that. I'm just throwing a little bit of shade there. You just got it,
Definitely got some heart in them, and that's what you love to see for competitors in Apex. Back on to Risen Rose. This is the team that was contesting earlier on the first initial drop. But, I mean, they're walking into a brand new look.
Great movement.
That's Wi-Fi actually goes down. So, that's a great start here from Risen Rose to upset one of our top teams. Off the bat here, Seer Ultimate, you're going to walk right into that if you're FPS Twitch. Can you sneak away? You can. Back up with that shield cell. And you got the charge rifle in the hand of Fluxon just to keep their enemies at arm's length. Oh, Godfire is going down. Look at the kill feed.
Yeah, Mercenary able to find a kill onto Infavel and the Fool. So down to 2 players for Godfire here. But there is still a fight ensuing here. Godfire fully eliminated from the game. They weren't really within a shot of winning at all throughout this tournament. I mean, well, they were until the grand finals, and then it wasn't looking so good. But here we go now for Risen Rose. They're still trying to see if they can find a way to pick these players off. You got to imagine the player, whoever they knocked originally, has been able to get resin. This is probably a straight 3v3 again.
Rollers MX was the team to take down Godfire. I also see Jesse Nameless going toe-to-toe against F7 Clan. So F7 Clan already losing out on 1 member, and F7 Clan eliminated by Astony. So you got Astony now going up against Nameless. Some big fights going off screen in that kill feed, but still Risen Rose poking away at this team in front of them with this charge rifle. You have the caustic ult if you want to close this gap, if you want to drop it right on their forehead, but it looks like this team ahead of them just making sure that they are out of reach of this ultimate, but they are getting pinched right now, so they're going to walk right into Fluxon and this charge rifle. That's a first knock onto this gunfight. It's a Wi-Fi-O. A break onto the next with the chunk and then 75, like you do say. Trinity's in the feed. Right behind them are 4th Heavy. So now it's Fluxon all alone against 4th Heavy and the team that they were being pinched with.
Oh, should be able to get a reset here, though, if you're Flux. You threw that... Oh, no, they pushed right through it. They said, hey, we see you, stinky boy. We do not care. It's 4th Heavy trying to stay alive here. And this is how crazy these games can get, Colin, at the end of the tournament, because every team right now needs kill points to give themselves a shot at making any money here today. And that's why you're seeing just chaos ensuing here on a very already chaotic map. You're going to get a push here from Kicks, able to find one. The rest of the team now of TKC pushing through to try to fill out these last few eliminations.
4th Heavy eliminated. Here comes Nameless. TKC in the midst of it. You got the Horizon all dropped as well, so you won't have that versus Nameless this time, but all 3 players still alive on the upside. You have the circle closing. Plushka is going to drop right into this one. Use the bottom to propel himself up into the zone, but still the circle's closing, so what are you going to get out of Nameless here? TKC just left. They said, see you later, alligator. They don't want to go up against Nameless.
Probably
they don't want to give up anything.
They can just hold edge right now on Nameless as well. They just need to just kind of sit back, wait for them to have to get out of zone. They could definitely outlast them here and just try to keep their eyes on where Nameless decides to try to go here in this situation. If you're Nameless, at the very least, you do have the Newcastle on your team, so you can make some artificial cover for yourself if you need to here inside of the zone. But you can see TKC is just going to keep on being bullies.
Oh man.
Oh, they didn't get the scan off fast enough though, as you did get a shield swap over here, but they don't matter. They get 2 knocks, only 1 player left up inside of this situation, and TKC is hunting right now.
Yeah, they do not care. They're in the circle right now. They want every single drop of elimination they can get against this team. Shots across that, and this might be troublesome. Satiability goes down. Kicks still putting up a fight. I mean, this is nameless. This is why they're so good. Plushka tucked away in the corner. I actually didn't see him here, so another one down. This is incredible. I mean, that's SAF Esports putting some shots down onto this team, and TKC may have bitten off a little bit more than they can handle.
I think so. As Nameless, though, as well as Plushka.
What?
Oh my god, Plushka again finds another kill, but unfortunately just too many players in and around, and a possible chance here for TKC to get a reset. Stability needs to get this med kit off.
Oh, he's got to go. You got to go.
Oh, he just got the med kit off. These players know the timings down to perfection for when they need to hit these meds to be able to get these off. Kicks should be able to get it through as well. Absolutely does. And they do have a 200-meter zip line to play with still here as well. Let's not forget.
And not only the movement of Pathfinder looking crisp with Kicks, SAF Esports right behind them. So not out of the woods just yet. If you are TKC, you got to be worried about what happens next between this one. They're going to deliver their Seer to the beacon, but not this one just yet. They want to make it to the zone first, give their teammate at least a little bit of a fighting chance.
Yeah, for sure. And Colin, let's try to. We have a second here. Let's try to reel it back in here.
Okay.
Because we had what, 5 teams pretty much in contention to be able to win this one, maybe 4. If you had Astony, F7 Clan, Shelbinos, and No Name all within a kind of a shot of being able to win this. So I believe No Name's out. F7 Clan was eliminated by the closest competition for Astony. And Rollers MX is on your screen right now, still trying to roll some competition. And that's Shelbinos eliminated from the tournament as well. I think Astony is our only team left that was inside of our top 4 who was really within a shot of winning this thing.
Rollers MX not out of the heat just yet either. You see Adrian Joe last alive against NorCal coming into feast for the rest of them. Don't stand a chance against a 1v3. Yeah, the Nemesis is just disgusting. Gun. So Rollers MX going to be eliminated. Shelbinos eliminated. Astony still alive and kicking, Jesse. And as this game closes to a conclusion, I mean, this team gets closer and closer to a dub.
They absolutely do. The one thing I will ask right now, I don't ask this very often from our observers, but if No Name is alive, if we get a chance to hop on with them and just kind of see how their game is kind of pursuing here with only 7 teams left. Looks like Astony is going to make their way towards the party ship, try to sit up on top of it here.
Hello.
Leave no witnesses versus No Name. So No Name is still alive. 2 players down. They will get the reset here, but it is Circle 2 closing. So this is not going to be the easiest circle to be able to walk out and get out of immediately here. Dim Pride might be able to get the medkit off. They do.
Did?
So, and you would imagine so will Yosi here be able to get this medkit off. They hit it immediately after coming up. Wow. They stay alive. So No Name also still within a shot of winning this here. It's going to come down to placement. It's going to come down to kills at the end of this game here. And it's going to come down to very likely a fight between No Name and Astony for the grand final champions.
Well, TKC get it dropped and eliminated. Suddenly this becomes a little bit more exciting knowing the storyline between No Name and Astony, Jesse. They don't have a Valkyrie, so it's not going to be easy to get back into the zone. You're going to pop a medkit if you're Chickles. Originally playing the Octane back on Stormpoint. They have all of the loot that they could ask for from Terraformer, and the circle is just around the corner. Still a minute 30. Plenty of time to rotate your way in. And Black Mold also walking up to Terraformer. By the way, Jesse, this is the team that was really under fire back in the original gunfights against Fourth Heavy. And they somehow make it out alive with all 3 players. Like, this was the original team that we were watching.
Yeah, it absolutely was. The only thing that sucks here for Black Mold is that they needed a big game. Not just like they were within a shot of winning this, but they needed like a massive like kill game, like to the level of what we saw from CLG a few months ago inside of the tournament in their final game. If they wanted to be able to walk away with the victory here, and it just doesn't look like they've been able to do so yet, unless anybody else outside of M&K player has been able to have a few more kills on their side of this team. I can't see it. In terms of them being able to walk away with the victory here today, it does really feel like it's going to come down to between Asni and No Name here. But I mean, what a great grand finals. 5 squads left, all very spread out, except for the fact that you are about to have Chickles run into No Name.
Yeah, you have SAF Esports just around the corner, too. In between both of these two fights that are about to ensue. NorCal looking at Asni.
Tango spot.
Black Mold walking right into No Name. Let's get into this party. Jesse Bursty, a couple shaky shots on the G7 Scout. Gonna have to back down from that. Re-up on this shield battery. Rotation still into here. Remember, remember SAF Esports just around the corner of this ridge, Jesse. So they might walk into another team if they're not careful, if this fight takes a little bit too long. Looking over the shoulder, here is SAF now putting some shots down. It's Lackey and an R301. The scan on the Bloodhound should give this away, that there's 2 teams pushing into this one, and this is about to get a little bit messy. Ultimate drop down. It's going to be the Bangalore to shake things up. Light wants to get into the mix, see if he can pick down these players. Light's going to find a nade onto Chickles as well. The inside is going to be No Name trying to get these kills, but eliminated will be No Name. SAF Esports, they have to be careful because turning things around on the inside, that's Black Mold's specialty, unfortunately for themselves. Not this time, Jesse. Not this
Black
time.
Mold eliminated on the other side. SAF having a very good final game here.
Astony.
And our final 3 teams are going to be Asni, NorCal, and SAF Esports here. So Asni, with No Name going down, should have a very good chance to close this out, unless one of these last 2 teams in either NorCal or SAF Esports are just having an insane game. And I don't think they're having an insane enough game to be able to put it away here. And I mean, Asni, let's just go for gold at this point. Let's go for the win here, too, in the final game.
The win in the game, the win in the meta series. What Asni are wanting. NorCal's going to put some eyes onto SAF, deal some shots, see if they can burn a little bit of those resources. At the same time, you looked at Asni for a second, Jesse, and they were not that healthy when it came to shields. Still on blues, still on grays. Not the best look for Asni for the end game if they want this dub, but
Smoke here.
we've seen this team with lesser come out on top, so...
They were on the party ship, though, and the party ship, when you hit the button up there, you do get like free gold and purple loot, though. So there is a possibility that they could have gotten a lot better of equipment. SAF definitely are looking like the favorites right now, though, with the red and purple Evos for sure. Especially with Lackey here, only 16 Evo off of being able to get a 3rd red shield here for the team as well. And they do find it, so it's definitely looking pretty good here for SAF. NorCal still also in a good position, like you said, though, as well. Decent shields, decent loot here for the team. I think the only thing that worries me here is that Frogs is down to 72 ammo inside of that Nemesis in terms of the reserve ammo. That is not a whole lot. You better hope they got a lot of R99 in the back pocket here.
That's what you have to hope for if you are a NorCal fan, Jesse. But things slowing down, 37 seconds before the circle closes in, and you look at the way it's positioned, I expect Asni eventually will look to take the front of this party boat, but haven't seen too much of them in the past.
Yeah, I would love to hop over to Asni just to kind of see their positioning on the party boat, see where they're trying to play here, and here we go. Over with them, and you're right, Colin, still down kind of low on these shields here. You got a blue, or you got 2 players on blues, 1 player on purple, and yeah, shields look like they are in very limited capacity here for this team. 30-30 with Skull Piercer, though, so, you know, 2 shots of that thing can absolutely piece somebody out of the lobby here. R99 in the back pocket here for Kush as well. You've got Nice W, and you got Myrna looking to try to put this one away. They've pretty much already solidified the tournament.
Oh, yeah.
Just need to close out the game to put a little bit more respect on their names.
And luckily for themselves, I mean, both teams surrounding them right now do not really have the movement capabilities of contesting this high ground as fast as they'd hope. So that puts Asni in even a better spot.
Really does.
You have the Catalyst ult. I imagine you have the Valk ult. I imagine you have the Seer ult.
Oh, this is a
NorCal.
good play here from NC. They're gonna make a full push around the left side. NorCal, instead of taking the fight up onto Party Boat, they're gonna push to the building, the only building that's gonna be in play once the circle closes here. They just need to get in. Oh, but they're pushing straight into the final team, and now SAF and NorCal are gonna fight it out here, and this is gonna be a perfect opportunity now for the rest of Ashley to push in and get the cleanup.
Here they come. Asini comes knocking, looking for the dub, Jesse. Nice W leading the charge. A lot of SAF players are going to be down too. They get the full down onto Light. Last one, not sure where he went, but here's the hunt. Valkyrie's going to get some eyes on. The second one on the outside. They're going for the full thirst onto the rest of NorCal too. Azazel's out of it. Still 3 squads. It's a 3 versus 1. Break down this door. The championship is looking like it's theirs. Asini just 2 more kills, Jesse, and they're the champs. Time will tell for the squad. Frogs on the outside. He's got purple, but it's only a bang. It's only him alone. You do need these last 2 teams to really team up against Asini if they want a chance at this. I mean, it's your only hope. You need to be friends with, or enemies, but friends at the same time.
It is a Bangalore and a Bloodhound, though. You know, we were talking about it earlier. That's the original duo.
Oh,
here
it
for
is.
Apex Legends. It's a solo Bang and a solo Bloodhound. They need to try to work together here to push against these last 2 players. 2 solos versus a full squad here in this final game. You do get a scan to come through as well, and Kush is about to get into a very annoying spot to be able to try to push this down. The only thing is if Kush gets soloed out here, it could turn into a 2v1v1, which could end up being really interesting. So got to make sure they play their life well here. And I think they're just trying to drop the catalyst
the
right
wall.
through the middle.
Slow down the escape. Not going to be able to go anywhere. These last 2 players, and here comes the Valk up top. Early shots on the R301. Going to drop down that lone player. And down low, it's Kush's turn to put some shots down from above. Trapped on the inside, these last 2 solos. How much magic do you have? SAF Esports eliminated to Frogs. So NorCal 1 versus 3. Frogs, we knew you were the kill leader, but can you do it? No. You're champions inside February. Apex Monthly. Astony with 2 dubs and a first place finish.
Yeah, Asini get the job done. Not only, like you said, it's a double dub to finish the day off here for Asini. You get the dub in the game, you get the dub in the tournament as well. A fantastic job done by the squad. They've looked great all day long. I'm sure we'll get the final leaderboard and everything all updated. But I mean, hey, we're just two casters, 2 analysts here.
Exactly.
We do the quick maths. I don't think it's possible for anybody else to walk away with the victory there. And if somebody did, it would be astronomical for that to have happened. So we'll have to wait and see, Colin. But I think we're safe on this one.
I think we're safe on this one too, Jesse. Usually when we've called for teams making the upset and it never happens, so we're usually wrong. But I think we're safe on this bet. Once we do get the updated leaderboard, I mean, you can see how stressed I was watching that. My hair is all messy. I look like a wreck because I was in shambles witnessing what we just saw.
Background, everybody. Don't fool you.
Dude, and I mean, let's look at it. Let's iron it down. Our Apex Monthly here at Community Gaming for February. Asini, 56 points. F7 Clan, 2nd place. No Name, 38 points for 3rd place. Shelpinos in 4th. NorCal 5th. TKC 6th. Black Mold 7. SAF Esports 8. Those are going to be your top 8 paid out for our February Monthly.
Can I just talk about my biggest surprise, honestly, of this whole leaderboard, though? Is the fact that we had 2 teams come from Group B. Obviously more than just 2 teams, but 2 teams that kind of have the biggest name weighing, the name length right now in terms of how they performed here today was Nameless, who dropped 99 points in Group B, and Asini, who came through in the final spot of Group B to make it here into the grand finals. And not just the final spot, but they come through with, after only 22 points in the semifinals, to make it through, to win the whole thing in the grand finals. Just a beacon of consistency in the grand finals. 2 wins, a great amount of kills through all of their games. I mean, fantastic job by them here today.
Amazing.
It's exactly what you need to do. And if you're Nameless, I think that you just kind of got to sit back. You got to think. I mean, it worked for you in the semis, but after just the hyper aggressive play stopped working after game 1 or game 2, maybe you just think to change up the play style a little bit there going in towards the final games. But what do we know, right? Like
We're
very,
just
very well
guessing.
could have came out in peace those last two games, and it could have been a completely different story.
I mean, Astony too. I mean, the story of being, if we had 4 groups, Jesse, they wouldn't even have a shot at this grand final. But the fact that we only have 3 groups, we extend that final group to the top 7 of Group C and B. They get that shot. 7th place team from Group B, first place team in the grand finals. And you know you get first place when it counts, Jesse. That's all you need at the end of the day if you're Astony. So congratulations on our brand new Apex monthly winners here inside of Community Gaming. Astony, I can't wait to see what March is going to bring us, Jesse. Any closing thoughts from what we saw today? We got Broken Moon competitive play, Jesse. We got to see the classes for these new Apex Legends, and we got to see the Nemesis. I mean, how are you feeling after today, bud?
Hey, I mean, it was fun, right? It was a lot of fun. I will say, I don't know if I love Broken Moon for competitive. It's chaos, right? And if you enjoy kind of that chaotic kind of game mode, Broken Moon will be for you in terms of competitive. But I don't see it coming into ALGS just quite yet, but you never know. Hey, maybe one day they might want to sprinkle a little bit of flair in there, and that's exactly what we did here for this community gaming tournament here in February. We sprinkle a little bit of flair, and you get to see some Broken Moon. And hey, I mean, it definitely led for some very exciting final 2 games.
It did. I cannot wait to see what we have next year for Community Gaming, folks. Make sure you keep your eyes peeled for communitygaming.io. I know they have tournaments all over the place for multiple different gaming titles, and it happens monthly, it happens weekly, it happens every single day here at Community Gaming, and you do not want to miss it whatsoever. Hope to see you guys back for March Apex Monthly, but for now, keep pulling it down. We'll see you on the other side.
Greetings, traveler. You look weary of your efforts going unrewarded. There's no shortage of spoils to be had. Stick with me and claim what is rightfully yours.